Hello. Hello, hello. Ugh. 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 It's been a while. Hello, hello. Amethyst. Hello. Puzu. Hello. And Mateus. Hello, hello. Oh. Oh. Shazad. How is it going? And VS Verti. Welcome. God, the YouTube chat is going wild today. In a good way, for once. Not in the usual YouTube way. Maybe YouTube will get promoted. Maybe you guys will get a promotion. What's everyone up to? What's everyone working on? Destructive. Hola. Hola, hola. Today's soundtrack should be Banjo-Kazooie or Diddy Kong Racing. You know, that wouldn't be the worst idea. However, I feel like Nintendo get really fucky with the... I guess it's usually fine on like a video game streaming website and whatnot. I know, I'm just worried that the YouTube VOD would get muted. Can I like just like fucking... Can you just... Alright, enough faffing. I'm gonna turn that heater down. 3D modeling in Blender, hell yeah. I think I might do some 3D, just doing some work paperwork. Ugh. Oh. So I'm probably going to be burping heaps this stream. Because I ate so much food earlier. Had a little family function. And I ate so much pizza and garlic bread. And I have really bad indigestion. So, yeah, I've got coffee. I know coffee helps with indigestion. With my giant coffee mug. It's like pretty much as big as my head. Maybe I should upgrade to like a coffee bucket. You know? Slim. Learning UV editing in Blender. It can be fun. UVs can kind of be fun. Music's a little bit too loud for me. Coffee helps with constipation, I guess. Coffee helps with everything. What was it? What were you saying with this? Blood of Dawnwalker. I haven't. I've never heard of it. Was it announced recently? Witcher 3? Or Witch 3? It's just Witch 3. Which ones? Get it? You know what? That'll be fun. Alright, let's see where we left off last time. Right. I do remember. So we had our... Okay, there's a few things I want to look into today. One of them is... I'll fix this kind of grid pattern later. It might just kind of sort itself out. Same with like here, there's this weird kind of stripiness. Just because we're doing co-located variables and whatever. One thing I did want to try figure out was how I can deal with at like these points. How I can deal with like not having the water scoot up on top of here. Because obviously the water does need to be able to scoot up on top of here at some point. Because, like, you know, if the waves get big enough, then it should squanch itself over to here, you know? And then just do water stuff. So, I don't know, it's a toughie. But yeah, otherwise it's all pretty decent. I also added a little, Oh, actually, is that happening in both places? I added just like a little extra thing, right? Just to kind of get an extra bit of dimensionality to the water. Should probably also up the refraction on this. It's a bit sad looking. Is that just yeah? Although, is the refraction, is the normals? No, I don't think we're doing it. Maybe I should get this and just... Oh, well, yeah. Do that and see what happens. I don't know. I'll probably calculate the normals in the render target. Just so we don't have to derive them. Because, yeah, when we derive normals, we end up with... God, I forget camera controls. With, like, this kind of fuckery when it's screen space derived. Right, but this thing that I did, right, I'm calculating the divergence. Because it's at the divergent points. Well, not just at divergent points, but at some divergent points is where we make our foam. However, I was like, oh, well, maybe I can just, like, add a tiny little bit. Why does this look so weak right now? Can I just, like, zhuzh it up a bit? Where's Ocean? Ocean. Waves Manager. Yeah, maybe. Okay, maybe not that. You know what, that's fine. Let it go a bit nuts. Right there. Thank you. Yeah, so if I get the... I need to clean this up so bad. It's an actual disaster. The divergence. Right here. Velocity divergence. You're going up into... God knows where. So I don't think I need to do this. I think it should just be this. Well, because what's that saying? That's saying where there is water. Yeah, where there is water is this or that, which doesn't really make sense now that I think about it. Let's just grab the landscape. I think it's you. Stooge, how's it going? No, that's incorrect for sure. It's definitely the other one then. Radical, man. Wait, what the fuck's going on here? Yeah. Alright, but that's only if it's below. Then what? If it's here, then what are you trying to do? No, you should be... This is fucked. Okay, hold on. I've cocked something up. Oh, actually, no, I know, I know what's happening here. Is that because of the extra wave offset? That's so cursed. Anyway, what I was doing was getting the divergence, and then if I just like make that 40, you'll see what it is. It just adds some extra little bumps to the front of the waves. Let me also just get rid of that. Derived normals. Because it looks terrible. Let's just go straight in. But yeah, you can see like these kind of big peaks. That's what adding the divergence to the WPO is doing. If I wasn't absolutizing it, then it would actually be better. It'd be more accurate. But then we start to get like the negative. Yeah, you can see here, it's dipping under the surface with the kind of ripples. So I wonder if I should... I should be doing like, okay, like we'll say, okay, divergence is 10 centimeters, but it gets limited. Let me just clean this up a bit as well. What's this measuring? It's our water height flow, which I do... No, you're not even a thing. There's water flow surface, which is like the normals. So I'll keep that there. Water displacement is not a real thing anymore. Water velocity RVT, I might need to visualize. Water velocity pressure gradient, I don't use anymore. That's the same as the flow now. Water flow normals, again, just piss off. This guy here can just sit around. Now, what were you doing? You were getting water column height. And doing... Right, this was going to be like the maximal blur idea. I might just put that on hold for now, because I feel like it's only giving us headaches with like the riding up the walls and stuff. Let me just reset this guy. Water surface isn't a thing. Water flow isn't a thing anymore. Puddle mask I don't need. Distance field gradient I don't need for now. Water velocity, water flows. You know what? I'll just remove all of them. They're fine. Alright, now, this big mess here. What are we doing? This is our water pixel value. So basically our normals. Let's just say no normals right now. And then the Z. The Z is the water column height. Well, the Z is pretty much telling us how much pressure delta time. You're not being used anymore. We're using the divergence directly, so that can die. Temporal height. Temporal effect these nuts. Delta time these nuts. Dedicated WAM? Hell yeah. May I ask you something? Is your system resources expensive? How do I measure those things? So, mine at the moment, this system, takes about 2 milliseconds. Or just like my entire Niagara thing is taking 2 milliseconds. The best way to profile it is with, well, to kind of quickly pinpoint things, like general things, you can use like the stat GPU command or stat RHI or stat, you know, stat none to get rid of them all. That way you can kind of pinpoint where, you know, all your juice is getting used up. So whether that's in like gameplay systems or whether that's in some other stuff. I don't know what, yeah, again, I don't know why this is... I've obviously got the wrong value in there somewhere, yeah. So, pixel, this is the wetness value. Stat Picos, exactly. Everyone needs some stat Picos. Alright, what are you doing? Simulation Z. So you're all the way up here. You're the last thing that gets subtracted before we go into the Z channel. Fair enough. I might actually just bring all this shit down. It's like an actual fucking nightmare. So wait, that's the water height flow. That's the amount of flow per update. So how much water is moving from one to the other. But that shouldn't really matter because our velocity is determining that anyway. We don't even use that height flow. So this here is the water column height, which is what is getting used for debugging in this guy. I might just turn this into one of these as well. 4 feet off, and then I can just break you. Break. So this was the divergence value. Which, why is that even going into... the fuck? Oh, into the foam. Right. Yeah, that makes sense. Because we want the foam to be more present. We want the foam to be kind of hard on the tips of where there is foam. So we kind of reinforce the foam generating points. So like the leading edge of here. If I wasn't doing that, let me just switch these around actually. If I wasn't doing that, it would look like... It would look pretty much the same, but it... What the fuck? Oh. What was that going into? Velocity. Water velocity. Bam. So yeah, otherwise it would look... dumb as fuck, apparently. Water foam. What the fuck are you doing? Oh, I didn't... plug it in. Right, that doesn't even need a 2 vector. I can just go straight into the Z. And the A was the height, just for debugging. I don't know what I'd use that alpha for. I mean, it could be good to have a masking channel. If we're doing like the waterfall stuff. So now here's the foam. But you can see it kind of... It almost looks like it's, I don't know, lagging? Lagging behind here. Whereas when I introduce this guy, it's a bit more, you know, you actually see like these little bits here. Right on the very edge. I could probably tone that down a bit, but, you know. Not sure the stream title is correct. Please check. Is that a... What? I'm confused. What did I change it to? I can't remember. Oh, I love the the time frame. Oh, right. The water is wet. Sorry, yes, it's funny. It's funny. It's funny. It is kind of funny. I'll give you that. What are you doing, Till? How is it going? Modding mostly. Nice. What have you been modding? Okay, so let's see. That was our water velocity and height RVT value there. That can just, yeah. Alright, so let's get our water height calculating properly. Because this is definitely not correct. I'll just set this to 0 real quick. So the way we derive the height... Well, I'm pretty sure what I do is just calculate it as an offset. Like a z offset. That is what I'm doing, right? Blah, blah, blah. Z is... We add... World position Z, subtract simulation Z. Oh, simulation Z. Oh, simulation Z minus world position. Add the offset value. Yeah. So then this guy here is the RVT height. Let me move him up. Just get up. Somewhere up here. You know what? Go to the top. So this is where the water currently is, as in where the height of the mesh has been determined to be. So then we want to add the mesh has been determined to be. So then we want to add... Well, this is a downward offset. So this is the water column height. Where are you? Move up. You can go up. Maybe one down. There you go. What's for Armor Reforger? Nice, okay. Free draw on the game map. Nice. Oh, looks like my internet is eating its own ass. Let me just, Wow, I just love my internet. So good. Adam, how's it going? Is the stream lagging for everyone? It seems pretty miserable right now. Let me just take it down even lower while I'm fiddling around in the graph. Yeah. Look, there is a delay. I'm lagging super hard. It's not going to be another... Who even needs internet? That shit's kind of cringe. What RVT height? Yeah, so I think I need to... 15 seconds behind. Okay, 15's not too bad. I actually turned off low latency mode. On my end of things. Just to see if it would stop dropping out on the restream side of things. It's just dubbed from Australian to English. Exactly. Yeah, there's a delay so they can do the dub, the live dub, the voiceover. I can't remember if I'm supposed to max it. Like, choose the higher value. That looks better. It's still obviously getting giga-fucked right here. In there? Why is that? It's like it doesn't know... Well, no, that would be because the waves don't know that they're supposed to... Yeah. Okay, hold on. I mean, that's supposed to be fully simulated, though, in those areas. Okay, it looks like it's stopped lagging so bad. So yeah, why is this happening? I wonder. So the water can flow on it. I think it's just that, yeah, the... What is its problem? It must be to do with the... No, that just looks weird. Like, this all looks fine. So is it that I need to do the water RVT height minus the landscape height? We wanted to get the offset. That shouldn't be it, though. So then the column height is here. But where are we starting it from? You know? I think what's happened... So if I, like, put this down to, like, nothing, right? Okay, no, it is just fucked. That's good. That's good to know. So that's just my problem. I just need to choose the lower one? That doesn't fucking make sense. Water landscape height, water RVT height. Like, what does this mean? No, this... Well... Is that it? No, that's not it. That's doing it from the waters. No, I shouldn't even need to... So confused. Yeah, this is way too deep. Like, if I just say, okay, the height is 0, then that is saying saying? Sorry, if I just say water... What the fuck? If I just say landscape height? Okay, that looks fine now. So what was I doing earlier? I was trying to fix the doodling. Right, this is fine now. Okay. Is it negative Z in Australia? Up negative Z. It is. It is. Up negative Z. Left-handed. Third-handed. Didn't Australia lose that one? We did. We did lose the Great Emu War. Which isn't a joke. People always make jokes about the Emu War. It's not fun. It's not a laughing matter. What's your favorite liquid? You seem to be a fan of liquids. That's a good question. I guess I haven't really thought about it. My favorite liquid. Yeah, I'm not sure. Maybe mercury? Liquid mercury is pretty cool. You know? So I'm wondering, how would I deal with this, right? Do I just want to mask it out on big-ass slopes like this? Because obviously water still needs to be able to flow down from there to here. But at the same time, this looks like fucking garbage. I think I just want to hand it off to particles at that point. And just let particles do it. You know? Might look at on slopes if it wasn't piss yellow. Bro, if your piss is this color, seek medical attention. This is like radioactive lime green. But yeah, you are right. It would probably look better if it wasn't velocity colored. I wonder if I can put my internet, my bitrate back up now. 2400, okay. Mountain Dew waterfall? Yeah, yeah. Yeah, so I definitely need to speed limit. Like, when something goes down a waterfall, I need to clamp its speed. Because, like, usually when it would fall down a waterfall, it's not, like, the simulation thinks that it's moving really fast sideways at this point. But in reality, it's moving downways. So we need to kind of clamp or do a soft clamp past like a certain slopedness. Which is probably like actually a quite small value, right? Like even here, I think the paper I read, they use 1.5 meters. Maybe I'll go 2 meters. So 200 units. And that's 200 units, or maybe even 100. So 1 meter in one, step, like one cell step. That should be the maximum clamp. The only trouble with that is then, water can then if I clamp it so that it just doesn't produce as much velocity, we will get issues where water can travel up slopes really, really crazy. So I think I might, sorry, I'm just picking my nose. If the velocity is past, if the slope is past a certain point, we should, and the velocity is going in a certain direction, we should just set it to 0, I think. And maybe mask it out. Maybe that's what we can use the alpha channel of the second render target for, just to like get rid of this fucking bullshit here. Unless we can do that in the... Can you use... We wouldn't be able to use DDX DDY to do this. Because... if we were to then mask it out, then it wouldn't have anything to read the screen space derivative off of. What happens if our opacity is like absolute 0? Does that turn it into... No, it still gets pretty fucky. Yeah, we still get shine on it and whatever. So I think we'll just need to mask it out somehow. DDXDs? Got scared you wouldn't say it. Nice. Trying to learn more about Niagara scratch pads. Do you know any good resources to learn from? This is excusing your great videos. I mean, I made my most recent video is about scratch pads. Which is maybe that's what you're referring to when you say other than me. I'm trying to think. Maybe Ghislaine Giardo. They do some like absolute banger VFX, like explainer videos in Unreal. Maybe I can do... hold on. That would be from left to right. How could I get... Oh, maybe I could do it. Like, mask it out based on its derived... Like, if we do, like, perturb normal... what's this guy doing? Cross product world position DDX DDY. Output world space normal. Let me just try this actually. one. I remember what that thing I was doing before was. I was setting it so that when there's no water, it would kind of lerp to the water, you know, original height. So if there's no water right here, it wouldn't create these big fuckies. But then obviously as soon as water does this, it's gonna go giga fucked. So I just wonder if I do this, chuck that into the BC, and just see what the fuck is going on. Then it's quite... Well, you know what? So these are the derived world normals. That's fucking terrifying. But here it's like, whoa, you know? So maybe I could mask RG and get the length of that. And then put that into the base color. Because it's normalized, it's going to be kind of useless, you know? Maybe I can, like, do some kind of... You know, if it's more than some value. Interesting. We still get some here, though, which isn't good enough. Yeah, I think we'll just have to... is that artifacting, though? Or is that... Let me look at it in unlit mode. Yeah, no, that's just giga fucked. Maybe I could... Hold on. Let's get the water height gradient. We'll smack that into the RG of the fella. So obviously with the height gradient, which is the... Where the fuck are you? This guy... That's the velocity. Where is... You know what? Just grab that and raw dog that into it. This will be very bright. So in theory, these values should be really high. Because we're going from this cell to another cell right there. Why does it look so smooth, though? Water height gradient. Wait, what's the actual one I'm doing? Derive water flow surface. Water height gradient. That's the thing divided by the cell size. So that is essentially the normals. So I should be able to get length. So that... No, why is that not a big value? Water height gradient. Why are you... Landscape height plus column height. Blah, 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 blah. No clamp. Why is it only when there is water that it's doing it? Because that shouldn't give a fuck about, you know. Height gradient. This should also be like big values, you know. Could it just be that it's... Like, yeah, this makes sense, so that when the water is not big. And why is it like so... Have I just got the wrong value? What the fuck did I put in there? Water height gradient. RG. I must be doing something to fuck it up. Give me the thing. System overview. Don't know if you're able to do my Patterson thing. I made any ideas for games I could make from. Don't want to make Noita 2. Yeah, true. Do like a Worms. Like a kind of Worms style game. Like Tanks. But using all the powder sim stuff. Actually a good idea. This, why is this getting, what is happening here? Ready water on target. Projection, just piss off. Diffuse. Move water around. Yeah, that's fine. Put you back here. Divergence. We don't touch the thing. Figure out the flow. Water height flow. But that's completely different. Derive water flow surface. Water height gradient. It doesn't make sense. How is this not a gigantic ass value? Because, like, so confused. I'm not multiplying it by the water velocity. Water inputs. Edge lerps. Why aren't these high values? What the fuck's going on? Water pixel. Oh, am I using the wrong fucking... I'm a fucking idiot. I mean, that's the velocity, not the gradient. I'm dumb as fuck. Right. Alright, here's the gradient. Now we're talking. So what we could do to get rid of this weird overhang shit, we could either mask it out. Also, there's going to be like really big values. Let's just subtract like fucking 100 or some shit. Maybe 50. Maybe 25. Maybe 10. So basically, if the normals exceed some value, which we shouldn't ever really see anywhere else. What we could do with this mask is... No, because... Well, yeah, if we're going to mask it out... so that the water... I don't think I'd want to mask it. What we could do, what we could try do, at least, is... like, squish it in more. You know what I mean? Like, if we just took this, normalized, and multiplied, and then multiplied that by negative, I don't know, 15 or some shit, and then added that. Maybe just break, 2D, into there and there. That would, like, squish it in, like, in that way, in theory. In theory, of course. What the fuck is that doing? That does not look right. Should it be the... should be positive 50. Right, should be positive 50. Which, yeah, kind of deals with some of the weird shit. Sort of, question mark. No clue how to replicate the sim though, it's all GPU side. You mean like Noita? Or... oh, you mean, right, for multiplayer. Yeah. 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 Yeah, you're talking about the order of, like, millions upon millions of particles. How could I unfuck this kind of thing? Or is it just inevitable that it's going to happen? I have a feeling it's just inevitable. I mean, it only ever happens on really steep surfaces, right? But also, at the same time, like, I want it to work on really steep surfaces. So, like, at what point is it my problem, and what point is it the person using the system? Because, yeah, the thing with doing WPO is that it still works. Okay, let's think again. What if on water, on surfaces that aren't the water mesh. So like here, for example, the shoreline, only at like plus 10 water amount, so 10 centimeters of water, does the mesh actually pop up from under the ground. And then everywhere else is just would just be like the material, the shader effect that goes on the material. Like we would do when we're like inland and it's raining and we have the water dripping down everywhere and whatnot. That way, we could just say like, okay, here, the water, we do like a up, down, left, right blur or whatever, and the water just maintains its desired Z level. So it won't stretch up to here. Yeah, actually that's probably a good idea. And then down the side of the cliff, it'll be just all material, you know, dripping down kind of thing. And then when water does start flowing like this, it'll be, you know, it'll be voluminous enough at the edge for the mesh to then kind of stretch up and catch it and whatever. That's a good idea. Thanks for all your help, everyone. We could also do this as well, like kind of stretch it in a tiny little bit, but I don't know if it's that worth it. Just here to help. Thank you. Thank you so much. So, water render target. Water column height. This guy. This guy divided by... So let's do... What's that for? That's to then... Right, squish it down so it sits under the landscape. Which again, we probably can have that. Yeah. Okay, this is going well. This is going well. Just relax. Everything's fine. So then to get rid of this, we're going to say water column height only at 10 units. So up here, there should be no water. So at 10 units high. Right, and this is why I had that lerp earlier. So we're going to lerp between using the landscape as the basis. So at fully watered, landscape height into there. At not watered, use the water, like the initial water height. And then that goes to there. So that should, here at least, yeah, do some fucking fixage. And then when there's enough water up here, it should kind of, yeah, scoot up, stretch up. Here we would need to do so water column right here. I mean, this is just kind of unavoidable at this point. Like this kind of weird fucky shit happening. What we would want to do, ideally, is not have... Well, we could have overhanging cliffs and just rely on distance fields to do interaction here, but that would mean that water can't exist up here. Because it's a 2D sim. But I mean, this is more robust because we get, you know, proper edging. Aside from these fucked up little stoodads. And yeah, we're gonna get fucked up shit like this if there's overhangs. I mean, this one doesn't look that bad. Especially once there's particles doing some work. Let me try this again. Water column height into here. Up, down, left, right. So that should push this out a little more. Like out this. Yeah, tiny bit. It's not pretty though. I could even go like 3 units blurred. But then we're going to start to lose. Oh yeah, we're going to get weird fucky shit like that, for one. Where this thinks that it's... Oh, unless I use only the middle water column amount to do this stuff and this stuff. But then the actual height... Where are you going? No, you're going into there. You're just that guy. But then the actual... This one is the other one. Feel so lonely in the YouTube chat. Work as Twitch blocks. Sag moment. No, it looks like this is just fucked up. So we'll just go back to... Yep. Yeah, I think this is probably the best idea. So again, this is like not ideal, but low. Yeah, a lot of this is just like unless I did like a... No, that wouldn't... well... Here's a thought, right? Technically, we could handle... this is a mind fuck, but... Technically, we could handle, like, overhang here. So see here where it's, like, totally smooth, because, like, it's a top-down simulation. We could do this here perfectly fine, and up here perfectly fine as well, by sampling distance fields at the height of the water. The current height of the water. So if there was no water here, then, and we had water down, then, yeah, then it would be water here. No, because then as soon as there's water here... No, I think that would become super unstable super quickly. Okay. Well, anyway, I think doing some masking or, like, opacity fuckage on really steep slopes is, like, decent idea. Also, the other thing is, right? Like, people can just not fucking do stupid shit. Like, I don't know. You could, in theory, not have overhangs like this. Or maybe, like, the particles would also help with that. I don't know. I'm just a dude. I am just funny dude. Make the video. Don't know what I'm looking at, but it looks cool. It's water. It's this thing when you go outside, you know, you might actually like see it sometimes, occasionally. Can be in like large bodies of it, or like sometimes you drink it. How's it going, Anesh? It is like Coca-Cola, but without all of the high fructose corn syrup. Yeah, the plastic bottle stuff. Fish piss in the ocean? Yeah, that's it. Nice. Okay. Right, what I wanted to do was to add that little divergence bit back in. But only past a certain column height do I want to allow the negative, the values. So here we've got the divergence. I'm just going to be super lazy and use a lerp. So at 0 water height, we want to only use the positive values, which is max 0. Max 0. And then on B, unclamped. No, I said B, unclamped. And then you're going to go into there. And then you are the magnitude. Let's just go to like 50 for a sec. As the stream... the fucking... It's restream. Sorry, it's shit. It's garbage. I hate it. Just, yeah. Alright, there's our big divergence values and the negative divergence in the other little bits. Shoo, shoo. But we don't want it to do the negative values at a point. We are back. Hello. Sorry, it's just fucking restream being garbage. Again? What the fuck? We're live once again. Hell yeah. Welcome back. Welcome back. I've lowered the bit rate to 2K. Hopefully that helps somewhat. Question mark. Yeah, I think it's fine for YouTube. It's just Twitch. It's just Restream and Twitch. Yeah. I might ask on their Reddit. It seems like someone posted like 12 days ago being like, oh yeah, the Twitch side of my Restream keeps dropping. While the YouTube stays fine, which is literally the exact problem I'm having. So, yes. Yeah. How do you think this whole lot from a first-person perspective? Quite well. It's actually very... At the moment, I've got it set to 4 centimeters per cell. But yeah, if you look at it from like first person, it looks pretty decent. Obviously, I haven't done the shader side of it properly yet. But yeah, you can see, like, it looks decent. And then in the distance, we will lerp it from the simulated waves to the emulated waves. There was also another thing I wanted to do. Something that Mr. Fluid Flux pointed me to. So he uses... I don't know if it's for, like, his ocean waves, or if it is just for, like, kind of smaller details, but he uses a looping flipbook texture of, like, you know, Gerstner wave, or it's like a fast Fourier transform. A fast Fourier transform. A furry transform. Which is in, like, yeah, like a flipbook texture at 30 FPS. And I don't know if he just uses that for the normals. and then uses flow map to do it around. But I was thinking of doing that for just some like extra little WPO happening, like on the water surface. Because like, you know, obviously all these waves are very singular. What's it called? Good. One Directional. One Direction, best band ever. And yeah, instead of like having to do more and more like WPO Gerstner waves and whatever, I could just blend in, like still have the looping, or sorry, the Gerstner waves happening. Maybe you only need like 4 of them potentially instead of 8. But then blend in this looping, kind of almost like a noise texture. Or like noise WPO. Well, it's a texture that gets used in WPO. Back to panning normals. I mean, basically. Basically. Like, if you did... let's say, like, you got those classic panning normals, and you used that as a WPO, you know, thing, and like pan them against each other and added them and did the norm, you know, the WPO. That would kind of be what it would look like, I guess. Because, yeah, I am using panning well, actually flow-mapped normals. For, like, you know, here. But I think for some extra... Because, like, normal maps work really well on, like, the really fine scale wavelets. But then, if you make the normal maps too big, it just looks dumb as hell. I think at that point, you need an actual kind of wave thing. But yeah, he pointed me to one of Ghislaine's videos about using Blender. Blender has a built-in like ocean wave displacement thingo. So yeah, I could probably just bake it into a flipbook from there. And then use that. And that would just make it way, way better. I was also thinking... I'm always fucking thinking, aren't I? With foam, right? With the foamy bubbles, I've noticed... I've been watching heaps of, like, 24-hour loop... you know, crashing waves, meditation videos and whatever. But the foam always tends to, like, almost form like a Voronoi noise, because obviously, you know, these are all surface bubbles, which are arising from bubbles under the surface rising up. And obviously, when they rise up and there's more bubbles there, it pushes them away and it forms like Voronoi patterns. So I'm thinking I might add an extra, just like a cellular Voronoi flow map to the flow map of the foam. So that when it's like kind of stationary, it flows kind of out into all these little Voronoi cells. I think that would really sell it. And then I can probably also use that Voronoi pattern for, like, caustics. Yeah, anyway, lots of things to think about. Let's just keep tidying this up, and then we will... actually start doing stuff. What was that doing again? That was the push down. which was happening, well, sooner now, isn't it? Yeah, so maybe I do want that to just... Yeah, that's where is the push down happening. Oh no, that's where isn't the push down happening. So maybe that should be 10. Because we do want the push down happening here. So that we don't get just like clipping, yeah, like this. Although that shouldn't really be happening. Oh, we got a ball. Watch out, we're balling. Where's all this water coming from? I see. Okay. God. What the fuck is that? No buoyancy? Not yet, not currently. But there will be. It's quite easy to implement with a frame-delayed GPU callback or asynchronous GPU callback. All right, let's look at the waterfall situation. So if we did something naive, such as limit the velocity caused by big-ass slopes. So like here, it's like, oh shit, we're like creating heaps of sideways velocity, which we don't really want. What we do want, however, is... if I clamped this... it feels wrong to clamp... oh no, that should be fine. So if I clamped it like this, then we get... well, two things happen, right? This is a lot less... let's just do it like this. This is fucked up. This becomes more... well, everything goes slow as fuck, because it's like... it thinks that it's only ever at like a 30-degree angle or something. But you can see that, like, yeah, over here, let me just speed this up. This is going to go slower, right? Way more controlled. But at the same time, the water is not going to have any issues going up surfaces because the surface isn't applying gravity back down in the other direction. So we definitely need to... I don't know, maybe we just let it do the acceleration. But then we apply at... that's at figure out the flow. That's where we actually apply the flow. Move water around, just moves the water around. And we do that. Okay, so I do actually have to do it in here. Well, no, where was I applying the... was it actually in here? I can remember applying a speed limit somewhere, but I don't think it was in here. No, this was just a throwaway. It wasn't in... well, okay, in the Divergence section, that's where I'm adding the foam. Fair. That's where to add more foam. That is the Divergence divided by 100. That makes total sense. Yeah. That's how much foam we want to add. I'm going to move them around so they're not overlapping. That's where we want to add the foam. Where was I doing a speed limit? Oh, at the advection stage. Right, before we apply the acceleration. Which was, yeah, new water velocity, then for the new value, dampen the velocity if it's over a you know, some value. Seems kind of dumb to do it in here. Because, yeah, at the same time, we do want water to be able to kind of, like, do this. Well, no, actually, the water piling up here, that's because the cell's adjacent to the wall. Well, the cell here, it's getting set to 0, so these pile up. I have the word advection. How would you describe it when it comes to fluid sim? So advection essentially means, in a fluid sim, how values are moved around between cells. So there's like a bunch of different advection schemes. The one that I'm using is the cheapest method called semi-Lagrange, which is essentially the velocity in this cell is pointing this way. So I'm going to trace backwards from here and sample the velocity at this point. So obviously interpolated between, you know, whatever the values are, and move that value, so that might be, you know, pointing up. I'm going to then change this value to that value. So it's essentially like pulling values from behind into the cell. There's other things you can do, like discrete XY advection, where, you know, my velocity is this much X, or this much Y and this much X, so I'm going to get this cell's X of this amount, and this cell's Y of this amount. Or like I think maybe you can pull the X and Y from this cell into there, and the X and Y from here into there. Yeah, otherwise it would just crisscross. Yeah. And that's actually what I'm kind of using with the water height value, is depending on the X and Y velocities, move, you know, let's say there's 1,000 water in this cell and 100 in this one, we can move some of this into there based on the velocity, which is, that's, you know, why we get, like, that's how we get waves, right? Because we're saying here, like in a cell, in like this cell is moving more water this way than this cell is. This cell's moving 0 water, and the one next to it is moving 100 water. And so it piles up 100 water here, and the velocity behind it piles up more water, and then based on the new slope, we add acceleration, which is how the waves happen. Just like in the real life. Because you'll actually notice, if I just set the ocean waves to like 0, there's a difference, but ignore that. You can see, like, you can see these, almost like shock waves, I guess, that aren't actually... There's a difference between, like, the wave, or, like, the ripples, and the velocity. The ripples don't actually represent... Ripples are an illusion, right? Like, this is a stationary body of water, and it's just moving up and down, and slightly side to side, but it's not, like, doing that. So, yeah. Specifically saw it in a Advect flow map builder. Someone else's work, not mine. No worries, no worries. Yeah, flow map would be... a flow map is... I guess, advecting a texture. So you can see the foam, you know, looks like it's moving this way. But it's just a flow map. But yeah, you'd see that kind of thing in, like, Fluid Flux or Fluid Ninja. The word advect just means move around. Lagrange is different from Navier-Stokes, right? No, I think in the initial... In, like, the most common, you know, simulation of the Navier-Stokes equations, which is the classic incompressible fluid simulation, which is like the advect, divergence, pressure, project. So the thing about you see the thing about the semi-Lagrangian advection is that you end up with loss of values. It's like it's a lossy thing, right? So, like, if this one was pointing this way and this one is pointing this way, and you know this cell, when you actually calculate the velocity, you usually get the up, down, left, right. So if this was the case, the velocity of this cell equals 0, right? Which doesn't make sense, because you've got water moving into it, like velocity pushing in on it and whatever. So you do like an extra step where you calculate, okay, well, what is the divergence? Or this would be convergence. Divergence is the other way around. And then this cell would have a really high value, 1,000 divergence. And then you basically create a normal map from that divergence, which then ends up, you know, doing this kind of thing. But I don't do that in my simulation, because what ends up happening in my simulation is that when there is convergence, the water just piles up. But then as the water piles up more, the normals get steeper and steeper, which adds more and more acceleration, and it just ends up, you know, solving shit. Because the original incompressible fluids papers are only concerned about the surface of water, of like a flat body of water. I mean, I can just show you in an old... this was for a video that I haven't edited yet. Fuck, wait, is it still alive? It is, it is. So, like, in here, for example, this is what... Why are they not moving? There we go. This is what most fluid sims are like, you know, simulating. The movement of the surface of the water. So if you had some particles sitting on top of water, what would the velocity be at those points? Whereas I'm more concerned with what is the height of the water at some point, given, you know, a bunch of conditions. If I haven't to understand, we just hadn't really seen the word advect enough to know, even if I was still left clear. Right, yeah, because, I mean, it's a very, like, scientific word. And I think in, like, you know, in art, or VFX, or, like, it can mean heaps of different things in heaps of different contexts. So, yeah, that's very understandable. Alright, let's figure out why this is happening. I think why this is happening is because of the step height from here. If I turn the ocean down... Right, so now there's no ocean, and we are getting feedback. I'm 90% sure this feedback is because this cell here thinks that this is pushing on it. Or something. If I did limit... If I clamped that to... Yeah, some dumb value. Happen in a bucket where yours feels close to... Yeah, exactly. So that... No, that doesn't solve it. That's still getting... I'm pretty sure it's because of that, though. Yeah, that's totally fine. Well, totally happy to do that. Very goopy. Maybe if I do dampen it, it would be fine. Like, if I just set this to 0. Well, do I want to set the acceleration to 0? I could check, like, is there water here? Therefore, don't send velocity that way. Actually, yeah, because here I'm saying don't accelerate water that is... Well, that doesn't exist. What if I instead got water column height maximal? Or, maybe minimal. Yeah, it should be min. So if any of the cells, if any of the neighbor cells are below 5, don't apply any acceleration. I'm a fucking genius. Fixed, right. Yeah. And then when there is, then we get these kind of ripples, but it's not just happening all the time. And then once there is water up there, it's, you know, it's YOLO. Is that kind of fixing here as well? It is, it is. So is that just gonna... And yeah, that works. Right, so we still need to fix this. the Giga Waterfall edge. Because this is accelerating too fast. So... well, maybe I do just apply a clamp then. How about this plugin so I just switch things around? I am planning on making the test level, like, almost like a little game. Like, you know, it's like a proper level to explore and see all of the different possible use cases of the plugin. Which I'll probably package and then, you know, you just be able to download and toy around with it to see if the plugin is for you. And to see how it runs on, you know, target hardware and whatever. Water park. It'll be like a forest with like a beach and... I don't know. Beach, forest, river, desert, snowy mountain, creeks, rain. You know, just like to be able to rain and have it swoosh down cracks and shit. It'll be pretty lit. Water is indeed wet. Exactly, exactly. Jav effects similar to the built-in fire gas sim stuff too? I don't. This whole plugin is purely for bringing the landscape to life. It's not like a generalized fluid sim solver like Fluid Ninja. What's new with Piss Mad Escape? Hell yeah. I'm just doing some water, as usual. But it's getting there. It's like very... It's very getting there. I'm doing the ocean and water sim stuff. But I'm just trying to discretize this. Can that just like fill up already? So that this doesn't create so much... Okay, maybe I should do it just based on the slope. And the... I mean, it's easy to do, right? If I get this, which is the slope, and I normalize it. Oh, no, not even normalize. If I get the slope and sandwich clamp. I don't know. Fluid sim preference is you weren't building your own Fluid Flux Fluid Ninja. I think they're both very different systems. Fluid Ninja is more of like a general VFX framework, whereas Fluid Flux is more, well, water. And it does water very well. There's something that Fluid Flux does. I mean, Fluid Flux, yeah, has a lot more toolage built around water and water bodies. Like, it can do offline, or like, you know, you can simulate a river, and then bake the, like, once the simulation stabilizes, you can then freeze that simulation and turn it into like a dynamic mesh with a flow map, like a custom flow map. Which I think he makes a render target for each like simulated river section, which I feel could be just put into the vertex color of the mesh, like the generated mesh. At least that's how I would think of doing it. But I guess then you'd have to have a really dense mesh for a really detailed simulation. Like if it was like first person, maybe a texture would be, you know. Have Fluid Ninja and Marlow. That might be Fluid Ninja VFX, which is like the it's like Fluid Ninja. Is it Ninja FX? I think it's called. Which is for like baking flipbook versions of Fluid Ninja simulations. Because I think they gave that out free for the month one time. This was actually to determine its collisions based on visuals alone, so it won't collide with translucent objects or collision boxes. Does yours work the same? Do you mean the collision of things against the water? Or the water against things? Because the collision against the water, for me at least, is world space determined. Because I do like a custom... Like, this is what's drawing to the simulation. These things. Simulated war... simulated war against things. Mine collides against RVTs. So, the height map of the landscape or, you know, objects that are drawing to the RVTs. Or it can also do, like, distance fields and that kind of stuff. But, if you wanted it to collide against, like, a physics object, the physics object would have to be drawing a shape, like an input shape, to my system. Which of these input shapes also get used for, like, the thingamajig. Won't collide with ice chunks unless they're opaque. Yeah, right. Because I think Fluid Flux uses, or at least one of the configurations, would use a scene capture from above. Which translucence wouldn't get picked up on. Although you could... No, translucent objects can't... Can translucent objects draw to custom depth? There would definitely be a way to make the ice chunks work with Fluid Flux. Maybe using custom depth and somehow getting that to feed in to the input. And then also, at least in the newest version of Fluid Flux, I think there's distance field reading. Because we can now do... we can sample distance fields in Niagara now. Which means, like, I can... In this simulation, I can read the distance fields of things and spawn particles based on, you know, whether this... Yeah. Some cool shit. Alright, so we fixed the weird issue there. We just need to do this one, which is going to be limiting... Well, maybe I could just limit this to something not totally specificated. Although, no, I guess I don't want to limit the acceleration. Or do I? Well, I mean, I want to limit the acceleration and the actual velocity. So, I guess when the length of this is past a certain point, I probably want to do that on both sides then, right? So let's just say, like, if this get length, if length subtract, I don't know, some fucking number, 100, and then, yeah. If it's built super insane systems on the Niger PCG and others. Yeah, exactly. There's a lot of stuff that is, like, better. And there's a lot of stuff that is worse. Or neglected, you could say. Make a separate mesh with an opaque material, make it only render to the custom depth. Yeah, yeah. Or you could, yeah, make it only render to the scene capture that Fluid Flux is using, you know? Have you thought about using Niagara and Grid 2D to revamp Prismatica's blood from render target system? Ah, well, actually. I already have. Let me refer to an old VOD from like a few weeks ago. But yeah, like, yes. Very much so. This would be... Oh god, how long ago was it? Okay, no, it's only been like a month since I started doing this. Here we go. Okay, a month ago. I'm working pretty fast, you know. Yeah, here's like a little demo of what I was doing. I don't know whether to... I think for something like, yeah, the paint layer, I can keep it super simple by doing a static flow velocity method like this, where it's only ever dripping. It doesn't gain momentum like water does. Definitely keeps it way cheaper. Sorry, it's like not very full screen. Oh, here we go. Yeah. They don't do anything without marketing value anymore, only shiny new tech even if they're useless like megalights. Yeah. Yeah. Which is unfortunate because, like, the engine is so good. The engine is currently so good, and it's just a shame that it isn't even better, you know? Can you use Grid 2D or something similar on scaly meshes? Do you mean on scaly meshes? Because I am... It's funny you mention that. I am going to look into doing that. Because, yeah, I used to do drawing to drawing damage to characters using you'd essentially use WPO to unwrap the character into its UV sheet, and then take a capture of it, and then put that on the render target and whatnot. I'm wondering if I can just do that entirely in Niagara by, like, sampling. The only thing I need to do is convert world space to UV space, and then it would just be totally doable. And you could also get the vertex normals of the mesh, or even the pixel normals of the mesh if you wanted, and then do a world space, you know, blood dripping simulation like in Overgrowth. Amethyst, I have a small request, if possible. Yes. What is it? What is it? Also, do distance fields work for scaly meshes? No. Scaly meshes don't emit DFs. Which is one of the reasons that I do this, like, custom kind of capsule input method. So that I can easily know where, you know, bones are, essentially. Without having to iterate over every single bone in the character, because that's just a fucking nightmare. This is just, like, way cleaner. Being able to say, like, oh yeah, from pelvis to neck is just one shape. Wackapan is in the case. Yeah. Girlcat was sitting on this. The other. Oh, what's this? Yeah. Yeah. It is. I'll put it in the little. Ryan Brooks with a resident tech artist always looked at me weird, wanted to unwrap the carriers to swap their material. Yeah. It did work, and it worked really well. And I mean, you could, like, in that method, you could get the world normals and do the, you know, the blood in character space simulation thing. It's just that the process of unwrapping the character, swapping the material, taking a scene capture, and then swapping the material back is, like, a bit crazy. So did it have to be built from primitives? How are they doing arbitrary static meshes anyway? I think there is... So every mesh gets a pre-computed distance field. And then I think in the world, for, like, the global distance fields, they just kind of get, like, a low-res version of it and sum them all together, or get the min of all of them. But, yeah, I don't know. They are pre-computed, at least. Voxelizer bakes it into something, yeah. Yeah, it would be some kind of, like, sparse volume thing. Right, what was I doing? Right, I want to stop this from fucking itself. So, if the length of the slope is after some value, or is bigger than some value, then let's slow it down. Let's just say, hey, chill the fuck out. So if I do length greater than blah, 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 saturate that. And then delta time equals. So we could just delta time, multiply this guy, multiply some number, 1 minus that, and then multiply the new velocity by that. So that will slow it down when past some threshold. Now you can just come out here. And you can zhuzh out this way. Now obviously that threshold shouldn't be too crazy. Let's move you forward. There you go. This is our gradient for the render target, for the normals. Let me actually move this below that line. Or you move up. Zoop. Alright, and I will comment this because this is also a learning resource. Slow down water velocity where the slopes are giga large. We don't want really big horizontal acceleration on waterfalls because the water is going down, not sideways LMAO. And then I guess it also goes for the other way as well, right? So if this is here, let's see if this will... it doesn't look too sketch. That's pretty crazy. Let's just say like 10, and then like slow it down a lot. This should like essentially freeze it in here. Okay, that's better. That is better. And I mean, it shouldn't matter whether it's going up or down because it should... Yeah, okay, that's still really... Well, is it really fast, though? Because like from a top-down perspective, it's kind of normal. Let's go like 30 and 1. So this is pretty much just saying slow the fucking velocity down everywhere, bruh. Yeah. Okay, maybe not that much. Maybe 5. And this is obviously slowing it down, like, a lot. But it should be... Yeah, that's way more controlled now. I guess. Probably want to divide it by some number. Well, maybe I should be doing this in... Yeah, no, this is... Well, no, it's divided by the size divided by the number of cells. So that would be divided by 4 centimeters. Our cell size. This should just freeze it in higher sloped areas. like 100% frozen. Okay, it's it's fucking frozen AF. Let's try it at like threshold of 10. So yeah, it's coming down. It's doing its thing on the normal surface. When it hits walls, it slows down. And then here, it should be pretty much freezing, it looks like. Yeah. It's barely affecting down here at all. Although it is... it's going sideways now. Right, because the velocity is 0 in the drop cell. Which means it's just piling up behind it. That's actually kind of funny. It does show that it is working. So maybe we'll do 10 with another 10 grace, or, you know, fall off period. Or maybe... yeah. And then maybe not this extreme. I mean, we'll see how this behaves, but... So now it's pretty much fine. That's all doing normal watery things. Then when it starts to overflow... Okay, it's still way too much. So let's try it at like... I mean, this is per frame. How much do we want to slow it down as well? Although it is also post-acceleration. No, it is post-acceleration, yeah, so... let's see. Because I still want it to maintain some horizontal velocity. I just don't want it to be, like, shooting off into the distance. That's not too bad. As in, like, the result down here isn't too bad. This is always going to look fucked up because of the way the flow map is top down. But it looks kind of fine like that. And that's also making it so that when water smacks against the waves... Oh, sorry, against the walls, it, like, pretty hard stops it from, like, going up and then on to it. Like, I should never be able to shoot this water up to here. Because it should just accelerate down. Oh, we're getting close, though. Oh, fuck, I clicked away. I don't think that's from here. It's pretty stable, yeah. And then this looks decent enough. Again, I think I'd like that to... Like, yeah, that looks better, but... Why did that chill? The other thing is, right, that looks nice. That looks better. The other thing is that, I need to classify where waterfalls are to then spawn particles. To, like, do some waterfall shit. So maybe I should also... if there is, like... So if a cell has a neighboring cell above a certain threshold that has water in it, or that... maybe I should do that in the flow stage. No, I'd have to do it here. Basically, I'm thinking down here, I should just be, like, creating, like, random noise. Like this. You know? Which would also happen for, like, big waves. Like, big rolling waves and shit. I'd want to be like, oh yeah, add some noise when they kind of crash over. When they crash out. What does that even mean? But yeah, I'm not sure if this is, like, affecting the rest of the simulation much. Like, is it making it goopier? I don't think so. Not that I can tell. Cool. Paradox, hello. Mostly don't deal with visuals, level design. I mostly don't deal with visuals, level design, and its material VFX. Not regards to how people use these things, what they want instead. I think I have some info on how people use these things, what they want instead. Well, could you elaborate? There's a view mode to see them. I think it's just the pre-compute I don't get. What do you mean by the pre-compute? Oh, you mean from, like... You mean primitives as in... Like... cubes and spheres and capsules? I think the way that, distance fields get done... let's say I've got, like, a triangle, right? Something like this, I don't know. And we know where, like, all the verts are. If I just pick a random point, here, and just iterate, you know, are there any verts within this distance? No. Are there verts within this distance? No. Are there verts within this distance? No. Are there any verts in this distance? Yes. So let's put our distance back to here. And then they do a... they, like, move it towards something by some amount and start it again. Or maybe it's like a voxel by voxel, if that's how it's getting stored. There's like a little voxel volume. Maybe it's just for each voxel, you know, radiate or check distances to things until we reach, you know, if it like calculates and overshoots and it contains like 2 verts or something, it can then just check the distance to both of them and then get the smaller one. And then store the distance value. So at this voxel cell, we know that the nearest distance is, I don't know, some fucking number. 100. But then over here, where it's like another little voxel thing, you know, its nearest thing, this edge, is like 10 units away. And then like right on here, it's 0. And then in here, it might be negative, but I don't think it... I think you can do negatives, but I don't know. Boom with the Piss goes from that healthy nuclear green to that iced tea orange looks perfect to spawn foam. True. Yeah, that would be wherever the. That's a good way to think of Divergence, right? Is where the piss color, or where the bloody piss color, interacts with the Mountain Dew, where they clash against each other, that is a divergent or a convergent point, which is where we spawn the foam. Yeah, I think I want to do some noise here. That would be really good. Oh, speaking of piss, I need to pee. BRB. In the process of designing, building my own game engine, looking for a direction. Does that make sense? Yeah, okay. So what would... If people could have whatever they wanted, like what do people look for in a game engine, I guess? I guess it depends on the target demographic, you know? Yeah, for sure. Yeah, chuck them in the chat. I mean, I'm sure everyone else would be happy to answer as well. How can I... Well, I guess if this is... If this here is past a threshold, so this length, and this... So this is basically our waterfall threshold. Waterfall / water wall. Anyway, here's water wall. So then we would want to... So this is our... Is there water here? So we combine these two masks. What is the mechanism you use other engines before? Do you work in other game dev related fields? How long have you been working in UE, materials, VFX? I've been working in game dev, if you can call it working, and if you can call it game dev, for 5 years. Since COVID. COVID is when I started games / 3D for the first time. And so Unreal is the only thing that I've used to do game dev / shaders / whatever. I don't have any... I can't write any written code languages. I'm a spaghetti boy. Big spaghetti boy. Loves his spaghetti. And I think that's... I think that, like, visual scripting and, like, the material graph... I mean, before game dev, I had an audio background. So, like, I was very computer literate and, like, tech literate. Which obviously helps a lot. And I'd also done a lot of video. Like, video editing, video filming, and whatnot. And, like, you know, Photoshop and those kind of things. Which, you know, it's all basically the same. Like, shaders, graphic design, same thing. Well, actually, shaders and Photoshop are, like, unironically very similar. Because you're manipulating color values, which is literally what all this is, you know. Do you like visual scripting on materials VFX? Would you swap something? Yeah, I think a node-based approach, or at least like a simplified, you know, simplified like coding language, or I guess scripting language is like, yeah, a big selling point. I think that's probably one of the best things that Unreal did, was make Blueprint so fleshed out, and their material graph and whatnot, because it just brought so many... I mean, that plus making the engine free to use, or like, you know, have no upfront cost, and only pay in royalties. I think that was a huge deal because, you know, people are like, oh, I've like always thought about doing game dev, but I only have like an art background. But now I can like try it out, and there's this like, you know, watered down coding language that, you know, you can't really mess up. And so, yeah, I think they like really hit big on that. What the hell's going on here? It's weird. Any people saying visual versus script is highly subjective? Yeah, absolutely. Some people prefer written code because they're psychos. I'm just kidding. But seriously. Some people prefer written code. other people prefer not written code, you know, visual scripting, whatever. Is that still doing good? Yeah, once that fills up, and then it's doing... Yeah, so I just squinch that up. Don't know what appeal to everyone like UE does, but that's unrelated right now because I like to use subjective opinion and it improves Waterfall. Yeah, yeah. Well, yeah, I think Unreal... I guess it has a broad appeal. And a very sort of... what's the way to say it? It's very... Is that gonna frick everything up? No, that shouldn't. Sorry, I keep losing my train of thought. I'm a silly boy. Okay, that's better. Yeah. So is there water here multiplied with... Is it a waterfall? Oh, that's it. Is it a waterfall? Bam. Random float. Is there no random unit? That's not... Can I just go random vector? Pardon me. Oh, fuck it. Random. Non-deterministic random versus 0. Yeah. What was I saying? I'm totally lost. Yeah. Okay. So I think from my point of view, Unreal is like the only thing I could use until I die. And like, you know, I will learn C++ at some point, but I just haven't got around to it yet. Like visual scripting, I think it's more accessible for people who wouldn't try normal code. Yeah, exactly. It's something that you can doodle around with pretty happily. If any art type stuff that's going, something node-based makes a lot of sense. What artists would be more familiar with, so any of the given programs we do that. Yeah, that's a good point. Like all other programs. I mean, in something like Photoshop, you're usually using like a stack of, you know, a stack of thingers. Stack of functions. Of like pre-built function thingos. Let's go between... Let's delta time here. Because yeah, you look at like Blender, and like Blender uses nodes for the material graph. Unity has a material graph. You know. Textual asset files in replacement to UAsset, so you can display edit in a text editor. Binary data would still exist like text with a mesh data. I think that could be handy, yeah. I think Unreal might be able to do that with data assets. Like data assets can read from like an external JSON or something, or TXT. But yeah, I mean, a lot of people would be more comfortable with, yeah, just seeing a list of parameters in a text file. For sure. Oh, maybe I should... Screw it, let's do this. Right, so if I just add this to the water velocity, is this gonna go giga fucked? It's also gonna be a really messy kind of random. I mean, this amount of random per frame. God, I don't know. I should probably do like a sine wave based. You know what? Let me do that. Let me get time. Game time. Sine. And sine. I guess time multiplied by something. Some fast number. Maybe I'll go 2, 3. I could just make the period longer. How many times do I want it to undulate? Let's do this here. Although this isn't gonna... I'll just see how this works anyway. Would you like to change your workflow? Importing to editor UI, visual scripting, level editor, literally entire in-engine workflow. That's a good question. What would I want to change? I'm not really sure. Yeah, no, yeah. I'm just trying to think. What's one of the things I fucking hate about Unreal? I have a lot of issues with re-importing meshes sometimes. I think having good import slash re-import slash update, you know, system is like very good. Very crucial. Is this turbulating or not? 10,000. Is waterfall, is water here? Like, this should be exploding. Add that water velocity here. Okay, that looked... Okay, okay, it's definitely doing something. Yes, yes, good, good, good. That's a fucking huge value, though. Holy shit. But that is turbulating. Very undulating. Very cool. Fucking 10,000's a big-ass number, though. I guess it is going back and forth. If I added some... Do I get... Water grid? Hello. Let's get unit. Resolution index to unit. Let's add some time offset. Can I say what the icons are? Oh, yeah. Actually, that one infuriates me. The, in the content browser, right? And it used to be perfect in Unreal 4, right? It used to just be like, hey, like you can scale it on a slider, but now there's like fixed sizes. And it fucking shits me so much. Like, this is too small. You know, if I wanted to just, like... I can't fucking see anything. The names are all cut off. But this is way... The next size up, way too big. Like, that takes up so much real estate. Like, it's literally... Yeah, like a quarter of the size... Like, it quadruples in size. Didn't bother that much until I got an ultra-wide. Yeah, yeah. More fixed sizes. Can't they just, like... Not be shit? Wouldn't that... Can't they just not be shit? Like, fuck. Also, Sov, how you doing? Right, what if I just make it a per pixel random? Alright, start flowing. Is that going to be too noisy, maybe? I mean, it's not terrible. Maybe I could do with contrast? No, that's not right. Random per... it's random per pixel per frame, though, which is a bit dubious. Maybe we'll say 1 in 5 pixels will do their thing. 1 in 5 pixels will do this thing. A bit richer explanation. BP notes current explanation is very concise and it's only for experienced expert people. What's time for his broken? But yeah, 100%. Or better yet, they should hyperlink to one of Matt's videos for that particular node. Alright, now per frame random isn't cutting it. So I think what I'll do is I'll noise it up based on the UV coordinates. So UV coordinate of the sim. Maybe I should be doing world space though. I don't know. If I just get this and multiply it by some bigger number, 10. We have 10, so 20 might be noisy enough. No, well, it's just, yeah. And then add that to each X and Y element. Oh, you know what? I could add here, then break. Can I not fucking... Fuck. Give me the break. Yeah. You know, still looking at issue exporting custom property animations from Blender. Property animations from Blender. You mean like morph target or shape key? Do you mean like into Unreal? As in like exporting them as an animation curve? Oh yeah, now we're turbulating. Although, is that side-to-sidedness? Is that because of this? So adding time, random. Your packaging is limited. You can't create DLCs or split content in specific chunks. That's a very good point. That's actually something I've been wondering about, because I want Prismatica to be very, like, moddable. But I want the mod creation to happen in Unreal. So you'd essentially, like, you would write a plugin for the game. But then, like, if it all gets packaged and... I don't know. Do you know what I mean? I can't tell if this is... Is this just happening because? What's with the water obsession? Like, kind of curious. I'm adding a big water overhaul to my plugin. Okay, that looks... now it's going this way, so I think it is because of... But then this undulation's also going to change when I move. Because it's thingo-based. What's a good way to get... I mean, I could just... You know what, let's... This should just be fine. I'm just gonna do time, angle, maybe speed it up a bit. What's a good... Yeah, that should never really overlap. But yeah, I've been really interested in like fluid simulations. Right, it's doing it on this cell. Which is fine. It's not doing it on the neighbor cell. For the neighbor cell to do it, it would need to know... How would I do it down here? I mean, this, again, this is all probably going to get masked out anyway, so maybe I could just leave it there. Isn't Squad Mock-It pretty close to the whole project? Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I'm wanting to do, is like... What? Yeah, I don't know. It's probably fine, right? Obviously, if the... No, no, I should do it here. That would probably also create issue. Oh, well, no, because that... Well, actually, no. I'd want to... I need to know what this... I need to classify this cell as well. As well as down here, so I may as well do that at the same time. So we'll calculate, like, waterfall cells. Waterfall... Waterfall start and waterfall ends. So how are we going to classify that? So we just need to... Well, for one, there needs to be water, right? So it's this. This guy here, is there water in every adjacent cell? Past 5 centimeters of depth. Let's just do that as well. Bring you in. What's that coming from again? Right, that's our cell size. Okay, so we've got that. This isn't the waterfall/waterwall threshold. Well, this is the waterfall body threshold. So we want to know... I don't want to do a double derivative. That sounds like a fucking pain in the ass. Like, what is the difference in the difference between cells? Because here we've got a cell, the waterfall start. We have a cell, the waterfall end. It might, you know, it might even help to just turn this into just a straight up drop. Just straight down the guts. Which, again, it'll probably look dumb as hell, but... And let me just get this water and just bring it over to here. Our water source block. Yeah, so when we've got a steep drop like this, we're pretty much guaranteed to have a start, a middle, and an end cell. Even though, because of the resolution, it'll clip through it, but that's not too important. Okay, can that just, like, come forward a bit? Share screen frame in the action, but after exporting the FPS, the curve doesn't appear in the animation file. Right, yeah, I get you, I get you. Why is it so ugly here? Well, whatever. It's all going to get particled anyway. So yeah, that is doing good stuff. Now we just need to, yeah, classify this and that. So, let me just do that. Yo, Banger Time. This is one of my favorite tracks. Oh, shit. It's from old school RuneScape. It's the Inferno. The Inferno. Okay, so how do we tell if it's a waterfall? I guess it's if this cell has any neighbors only that are super high. And then also if this one has any neighbors that are super low. So we'd have to do like the neighboring cells only. Get the max. We don't really care about the direction. And then we'd also have to do the same for a min. And then we can just compare the current cell to the min of its neighbors or the max of its neighbors. We also just want to get the min and then min it up here against the actual dude. Just to save some space. Oh, maybe I don't even need... Is there water here? Yeah, I guess if there is water in itself, then I guess it's fine. Apply acceleration. If it's just a single cell of water, I guess it does technically need it. Can I just move that over to here? And you will go up here. So UE5 you back, only now managed to grasp the basics, only real like how logically you think and create stuff. Really pleased to learn more. Hell yeah! Sounds like me, like 5 years ago. Don't have a coding background. Can you suggest how can I proceed? I also don't have any background. But I think the best way to learn is by doing. Oh wait, no, not I want to get it all summed. So maybe okay, you know what? Let's go back. Let's do this again. You go there, you go there, you go there. You are there. No, wait, you're getting doubled. You go there. There we go. Cool. Max, when's the game coming out? When I start it, maybe a couple of years after I start the game. I'm on a bit of a tangent. I'm on an extended tangent at the moment. That tangent is to make money. I'm making those fat plug-in dollars, you know. I have no idea what's going on in that graph. Well, let me explain it. Well, actually, okay, it's actually kind of simple. These bits here are sampling the current cell, so the cell at the current index, in like a 2D array or texture, and then we're getting all the neighboring cells by adding one to the x coordinate, subtracting one from the x coordinate, adding one to the y coordinate, subtracting one from the y coordinate. So these four are the up, down, left, right cells or pixels, and this is the center pixel. Here we're getting the landscape's height value. So the landscape is, you know, world space 1508 plus the height of the water in the water simulation. So 0 means this is 1000 blah 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 blah. Then, so yeah, we add them together. Then we get the gradient between the cell on the left minus the one in the middle, and then the one in the middle minus the one on the right. Let me go to the render targets. So our fluid simulation is... You can think of it as a texture, you know? So each pixel, if I know there's a way to override nearest. No? Son of a bitch. Anyway, each pixel is a cell in the simulation, and so we're getting the left, right, up, down of those pixels. This one here is the water height. Oh no, this is the foam. The foam amount. This one here is the water depth. The depth of the water. So, just, yeah, these are all just values that we're iterating upon. So by getting the height of the landscape plus the water, at this point, comparing it to the one next to it, we can get the slope. And then from that slope, we can add velocity, and then we can advect that velocity to the neighboring cells, and that's how we get fluid simulation. So this value here is the difference between the center cell and the cell next to it as an XY, velocity value, and then we add gravity, essentially. With a few extra conditions, like, is there actually water here? If there isn't water, we don't want to add water velocity to the simulation, because then we'd just be adding velocity on the land, and we'd have kind of invisible water flowing down and creating disturbance in the rest of it. There's also this one here, which I think this is the normals. This is the flow normals. So this is where acceleration is being added. See, there's little crissy cross patterns, which I hate. Ugh. This is the WPO displacement, and the alpha is the wetness mask. Which obviously where there is permanently water, it's always wet. But you can see here there's if I just start. So yeah, if I shoot some water over here, this will all get wet. The water will recede, and this will dry up over time. So doing screen space. It's not screen space, but it's top down. It doesn't have any Z value. It's a two-dimensional simulation. So it's separate from the camera perspective. Like if I look over here, the simulation is still running behind this obstacle. But yeah. The simulation is tied to... Yeah. Player-centered. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. But, past this boundary, it shouldn't really... You shouldn't really be able to tell the difference, because we'll have, the usual waves. Like, the traditional way that you would do water exists outside of the simulation. And we also use these waves to drive the simulated waves. So these waves that you see here match up with the world position offset waves, but it kind of softly lerps towards their, you know, water value and whatnot, which is why we can still get these, like, reflections and all that kind of stuff. Look at the whole accumulation waterfall you're doing. No, well, I get you. Yeah, okay, so the way that the waterfalls and rivers will work is there'll be, like, fallback meshes. So, like, for example, this ocean is generated from the fallback mesh, which is this, right? So at the edge of the simulation, we inherit the water height from here. Same with, like, if there's a river, for example, here. There's just a river. I mean, it's very fucking terribly put together. Yeah, there'll be meshes for, like, in the distance. And when we run over to it, it will become simulated. So this bit here, for example, ideally we would have, you know, more water and some, like, far distance, you know, half-assed looking waterfall. I mean, we'd probably have a better looking waterfall. Waterfalls are kind of important to see from the distance. But yeah, so we'd bake some kind of fallback mesh, and then that fallback mesh is what we actually, like, what determines the, I guess, the starting conditions for the simulation. Which is also how it will work, like, with a river or, like, a creek. A creek is usually, like, you know, kilometers long, but we want it so that at any point, the river is going to be running, or the creek is going to be running. We don't want to have the source of it in the simulation zone in order for the rest of it to function. We want to just be able to inherit at the edge what its, you know, water value should be, and then let it do its thing. You know, do the full simulation or whatever. And we can also inherit the velocity, because we draw our river velocity into a runtime virtual texture, which we then use for, like, the flow maps. Which is how we blend, at a distance, we blend rivers into the ocean. We have a flow map with opacity, and it all merges together, and then we use that to do flow maps. And so, yeah, we can read from that flow map and, you know, have the velocity at the edge be a certain value. Because, like, if you think about it, we can also, like, slowly lerp towards the RVT value in the same way that we lerp towards the waves values. Because if you think about it, like, in real life, rivers are, like, flat, right? Like, they're within, like, floating point distance, floating point error flatness. Like, you know, big rivers, I mean. And so if we were to just go purely off of the height in the simulation to drive the velocity of the river, then it would just not... It wouldn't do anything, you know? Like, it would just stay completely stationary. So we'd read from the RVT and just, like, really gently lerp it towards its target velocity that we define in the water material or in the spline or whatever. And that way we'd still have, yeah, like a really slow river flow, even if it was a completely flat surface. in the same way that we do it with the waves. Because, yeah, I can just, like, pump the waves up to, like, giga. And you can see that, yeah, like, it's inheriting the velocity and the height from our predetermined Gerstner waves. But then I can just, like, you know, if I set it down to 0 instantly... Okay, not 0. Maybe not 0, but 0.001. You know, then it'll still carry on a bit, but... Yeah. Need water wheels so the rivers flow? Water wheels is something I do want to do. I think that would be fun. And I mean, yeah, there will be physics readback from here. All right, let's get back to our waterfall classifier. So we want to know if there is water. If there is water, but also if the neighboring total height, so landscape plus water height. So if we get this maximal value and subtract this guy. Oh god, let me just move these around. This is a fucking nightmare mess. Pause for your water IVT to listen. Send music, use a music visualizer like Niagara Particles can. Yes. Yes. Yeah? You could... Let me think. There are multiple ways you could do it. You could do it through Blueprint, yeah, like Paradox said, because I'm just using the pulse generator in my system to just, you know, input. So this is from the CPU. I'm drawing these shapes into the simulation, drawing their velocity and radius and blah, blah, blah. Same with the character. So you could do meta sounds audio readback or audio callback to Blueprint and then use the result of that to drive whatever in here. Or I could write, or you could write, something directly in the simulation. So, like, you know, from the center of the simulation, you could do, like, some kind of, like, pulsing or whatever. And make it do whatever, you know. But yeah, you totally could. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, water is quite lethargic. Alright, so here's our surrounding dudes. And this is our... Let's do this. Let's go you in line with you. You to you, you to you, you to you. That needs to have more space. Oh, no, wait. I want these ones to be close together and these ones to be close together. Because it's our up, downs and our left, rights. Then we've got our center cell here. So, we need to... get this guy here. This looks like a fucking nightmare, but I love it. So, if our center cell has any neighbors that are above some threshold. So the middle cell minus some fucking thingo, and then middle cell minus the min dudes. Oh, it's so ugly. Can you just, like, not... You fuck. Just be green. Oh my god, stop it. Oh, I want to die. Can I just... No. Okay, what if I do this? Reroute. No, wait, hold on. Float value. Wait, go back. Go back, please. Oh my god, it undoes them all separately. It's funny as. Okay, let's put that all in there. Convert this to float. Put this to here. Reroute into there. And into there. Then move all these back to there. Now it's... I hate the numeric pin fucking wildcard shit they do in Niagara. Oh my god, what the fuck are you talking about? How does it handle teleport in the camera? I suppose the fading might be the best way to handle cases like this. Yeah, it will... If the camera teleports... It'll be blank. Because, yeah, like, as we move through, the edges feed in and whatnot. So, yeah, teleporting could cause some funky issues. It would very quickly catch up to, like, how it's supposed to look, but, yeah. Only if the teleport was, like, you know, this far away would it be super jarring. So yeah, these are the cells that are this guy here. Let's just do a float value for debugging. And then in here, do I still have that? No, we're just going to grab that float. You're going to be stat context. And we're going to feed you into the alpha of this guy. So that should... Oh, right, yeah, the water velocity, okay. So in here, if I set this to 1... 10 or whatever, that should go, yep, white. Titanium white. Okay, so this guy minus the highest value. So let's think. If we are this cell and we have any neighbor that is past a certain threshold. So any neighbor, let's say neighbor is 100, and we are 0, then we are subtracting this. I guess I could do it the other way around, right? So if we are the small guy and the other guy is big, if we have a big guy next to us, so this is us, big guy next to us, let's do big guy minus us. So in this case, we're left with 100 minus 0. If the biggest guy next to us was 10, then the value would be 10. So if we get this value, subtract some offset, and we know that it's going to be a positive value. If all of our neighbors were lower than us, so like -10 or whatever, then we'd end up with a negative value. So, hello, lady cat. Hello, my big chicken. Come here. Cuddle time. Give me your eye. Crusty. Crust burger. She fight. You fight, cow. You fight. Aren't you big fatty? Hmm? Hello? Can I see your eye? Can you let me look in? Say. Like a proper one. Yeah, hold on. I'm just looking. So grumpy. Maybe you need some eye drops. Yeah? Wouldn't you love some eye drops, huh? I have to get the big dropper out, the big syringe. Hmm? Yo, my drawing, how's it going? How is it going? Oh, I'm back. Hmm? Welcome, welcome. Just in time for cat, and also for more fluids. We are all about fluids. Oh. Eugene needs raid so I can double raid you. True. It should. It should have raids. Why doesn't it? But yeah, I'm currently working on water for anyone just joining. Some cool water simulation. Fully simulated water. Well, simulated water driven by deterministic water shit. So we got like our classic Gerstner waves that are suggesting to our simulation what it should look like. And then we still let it have control. So that's why you can see these waves bouncing off of stuff. And the waves also will creep up the shore and do classic shoreline things. You know, what the things that water does do. And I'm currently working on waterfalls. This waterfall thing will probably also apply to steep, like crashing waves, right? Because there isn't really a difference between a big-ass waterfall and, like, a crashing wave. A crashing wave is just a waterfall on the ocean. That's a good point. How was your stream? What were you working on? Right, so we've got... So this guy, -0. Big number. Oh god. Threshold. Minus threshold. Again, I don't even know what the number should be. And then, so that, and then divide by some number. Saturate that. This will give us our... Is the bottom of the waterfall value, I think. Put that into Bennis. Then check here. Go to my ECS system a bit, putting entities into chunks in the world so I can query them through more efficiently, like AoE text and ledgers. Nice! Hell yeah. Yeah, I need to do something similar to that at some point. I think for line traces and collision, I think Unreal already does some handy, like, octree stuff for all the overlaps and blocks and whatnot. But if you're doing anything, this is something that I need to do. Because all of my entities are going to be, like, virtualized. So they don't actually exist in the world. But I still need to know, like, this wolf came across this deer a few kilometers away. Right, yeah. Don't have collision on them so I can run the background threads. Yeah. That's exactly what I'm doing. So yeah, I need to do pretty much the same thing. To be able to, like, check distances without querying every single entity in the game. And, like, checking the distance too. Why is this... Right, because this... Well, no, but up here doesn't have water. I guess maybe that does? I don't know. Shader or texture or something? Yeah, I'll just do GPU callbacks. I mean, it's... not a terrible idea. No, that's a terrible idea. You should be ashamed. Does it think that there is water in this cell? Maybe. No, because there's no wetness there. Oh, right, no, but it thinks... Yeah, no, there's no water. Why does it think this? Oh, right, I'm dumb as fuck. I need to also multiply it by the is there water here? Calculation. U multiplied by U gives us the bottoms of the waterfalls. That's it. Oh, look at that. That's fucking beautiful. It's like only, like the only thing on here is the bottom of this waterfall. Fuck yeah. And then obviously we need to do the same for the top. And then I can probably pack them into a single value, just like 0.5 where there's nothing. Oh, I could even just do 0 and then negative and 1. So then we have the tops, we have the bottoms. And so the top is where we spawn waterfall particles from, or the crests of waves. And then at the bottom is where we spawn, well, this like random noise shit that we're doing. Yeah, that works like surprisingly well. I might even like lessen the thresholds a tiny bit. Just so that like, yeah, the waves, or like really big waves will... Let's like pump this shit up Giga style. I mean, yeah, like I would expect that to be like a waterfall. And same with here when they're splashing down. So this is, yeah, the bottom side. Alright, let's even go like 15 or some shit. I also need to divide it by this number. Which is the... Well, I guess I need to divide the results, just so it's resolution independent. Then do this. So that will end up being like, I don't know, less than that. 4. Water moving to less water depth means waves get bigger, apparently. Yeah. Because the amplitude of the wave starts to collide with the floor. And the energy has to... Yeah. And also, the reason they, like, fall over themselves, because, like, the gradient, like... At least this is my understanding. Say, like, a wavelength is this long, but the gradient of the shoreline at one end is higher than the other, and so... It, like, the front of the wave dissipates faster than the backside of the wave, which causes it to eat shit, basically. This almost looks like not waterfall-y enough. Maybe I could just do no threshold. Okay, no, it definitely needs a threshold. Otherwise, it's too happy. Let's do that. Maybe by 4. Oop. Yeah, so this is where we're going to spawn foam and mist and potentially even... I had a thought, right? Of doing ribbon particles for, like, waves. You know. Because, like, obviously it's a 2.5D simulation. So, like, the waves can't actually collapse over themselves. You know, so they just go really steep. But what if I spawned ribbon particles that were, like, locked facing up? That would then go and then crash into the water. Do you know what I mean? The other thing I've been considering is what if I took the water velocity, water velocity RT. I'll just get the mask, the RG. Oh, actually no. Water velocity is RGB, so I'll just multiply it by 110. So if I got the velocity and then added some multiple of that to the WPO in like the sideways directions, I could essentially create like how do I even put it? You know what? Let's do this. Let me just chuck it up to like 100 for testing. I divide the velocity by 1,000 just so I can actually see it in the render target. But yeah, you can see that here the water is shooting out this way, which, I mean, it looks good for the waterfall's sake. It would also mean that the water here would clip in to here, which is probably a good thing. Maybe I'll just keep it like this. Obviously, this would need to be less fucking annoying, or less stupid looking, and the flow map would need to have something into account. I don't know, but let me go to... let's put this up to 1. And so, yeah, we're going to get some real fuckery happening. Okay, yeah, you can see the water clipping into itself. But it is technically going over itself at points. You know? Yeah, I think I was going to do this anyway, but yeah, obviously you run into issues like the water kind of tunneling over itself. Or like these little wrappers here. And then you also run into some issues like, well, I mean this, for example. Bit of a nightmare. when the effect's too high. I think at a lower amount, it's fine. Like maybe this amount could be a good middle ground. Just to like move the water out. Maybe then I wouldn't even need the that extra like divergence value being fed in here. Looks like jelly, yeah. Yeah. So yeah, you could kind of create some overhang. Doing that might help a little bit. Oh, the only problem is that if there's overhang, then yeah, you can see because the flow map is top down, then it kind of looks dumb as fuck from the side. Although, if the flow map was being read, excluding material offset, then it would be totally fine. Although then it wouldn't match up with the... No, maybe it would be fine then, yeah. That doesn't look too bad. I mean, that looks not shit. I don't know. I can barely fucking tell what's going on. I think with some particles that would look neat. But yeah, it would definitely help create some, like... some cool stuff. Some sideways movement. In the water. In like the same way that these waves have, you know, circular movement, like this, where the texture is being pulled back and whatnot. It's kind of the same concept here. But then how does that work with... I guess if it's only 100 units, it's not that noticeable. Definitely adds a lot more... It almost adds more sharpness into the simulation, you know, in a weird way. Because, yeah, like you can... Yeah. Maybe I'll stick with that. To some degree. The only problem is where the water is too shallow, it would then prioritize one direction over the other. Although it just shouldn't get that fast here. What do you want, Lady Cat? Was your limit is good enough or too perfect enough? I'm a good enough kind of person sometimes. However, my... How do I put this? It's not a matter of like individually, everything can be good enough. But there's just a lot of stuff. You know? There has to be a lot of good enoughs. Yeah, well, yeah, with a water sim like this, especially with something that I'm going to be selling, the better it is, the less, you know, questions get asked, the less faffing about there is. Alright, so this is our waterfall landing value. Let's just put Venice down here. So this is waterfall landing. And then the same thing would be over here. This is our waterfall. Falling. Threshold. Or bias. Blah, blah, blah. Threshold and scale. No, there's better alternatives, but because small issues looks way too bad, it's just like... Yeah, exactly. Like, we're so used to seeing, you know, the physical world that when... It's like in video games, like, gravity always seems to be too weak. Or like when characters ragdoll, it just doesn't look right at all, you know? Yes, Lady Cat, we'll go outside. Yeah, like they just look too light or bouncy, or there's not enough friction, or like the sound is off, and you just notice straight away. Or they're too limp. It just looked wrong all the time. And I think it's because we're so used to seeing, like... we're so used to seeing people ragdoll in real life. No, we're used to seeing objects fall. That, yeah, you can, like, you just feel something is off. So now we're... so this is... Hold on, this is our total slope. So this is if the slope... Water... Okay, let me just fucking organize this so it isn't totally fucked up. This is our waterfall-ing. Waterfall-ing. We have a waterfalling threshold, we have a waterfalled threshold, and we have a waterfall... What's future tense? Why don't we have a future tense? I guess it would be water to fall threshold. Do any languages use future tense? As in, like we say, I will fall. Or we say, I fell. Or I felled. Or I am falling. You know, past tense, present tense. But, like, I will fall. Do any languages have a singular word for... You know? Afrikaans, Latin has future tense. Okay. Waterfall threshold. True. Serbian does? Okay. Yeah, I knew like languages did have it. I just didn't know which ones. Because like it seems like yeah, I don't know. English is so obtuse. Fell I will. I will have fallen. Like, yeah, it would just be so much easier to be like, oh no, I faller, if was future tense, you know? Instead of like, I fell. Like, yeah, I fell, or I'm falling. Be like, oh no, I'm faller. Instead of, oh no, I will fall, or I am about to fall, or I will have fallen, or I will be falling, It's like, fuck, how many different... Like, what... Anyway, I'm sure you all think the same things as me. What here? These are the important questions. Do I need to factor that in to here? Because I've already... Oh no, that's... Is there water here? Right, alright. I thought that was the cell size. Saturate floater 3, how much is it saturating? Rainbow input. There's more of a clamp saturate. Yeah, sorry, it's just a clamps float between 0 and 1. So it's like the GPU like hardware level 0 to 1 clamp. If GPU compute sim, HLSL saturate. If it's a CPU compute sim, or CPU sim, it uses clamp 0 to 1. The reason it has 002 and 003 is because it's technically a function. And in Niagara, the functions, repeated functions get named. They have a little doodad at the end for some reason. Oops, sorry. Wait, which one was which? This was the... Yeah, Waterfall D. And this is the water to fall. Threshold. Don't need quotation marks on that. It's quite literal. Alright, let's yeet these down a bit. Just swoop them down here. Thought a discharge day? Hell yeah! That's lit. Oh, speaking of injuries, my brother like nearly cut his thumb off while he was polishing a wine glass. Like, he's a bartender. And like, it's like the most gruesome like wound I've ever seen. It's like, ugh. It's crazy. Grotesque. I have 3 brothers. I am one of 4 brothers. You're the youngest. Okay. The spoiled one. No, I don't think... maybe. Maybe the youngest does get spoiled. The youngest either gets spoiled, or your parents have just given up at that point. They're just like, yeah, look, whatever happens... Whatever happens, happens. You know, you can try as hard as you want, but the kid's just gonna turn out how they turn out. Oh, I started fights? Okay, yeah. Classic youngest brother. What's the past tense of grotesque? Probably not. Just keep rolling. It would be grotesqued. Well, if grotesque was like, if you could grotesque something, it would be, or grotesque, yeah, or grotesque, or grotesqued. Grotesqued? What have I done wrong here? What did I plug in that I shouldn't have? So it's that. Is there water here? Do our random stuff. Oh no, that's... here. Waterfall threshold. Right. Right. That should be like 20 or something. Corrado, sorry. I've got a... I have a cat on my other arm. I can maybe open my water bottle. With one hand. Come on, grip strength. Okay, you know what? No, you know what? It's important. It's important. Now that's some good water. Thank you. Okay, so here's our water thingo down here. The white values. The black values is where the water is falling from. And the grey values is nowhere. Oh, baby. Such a sweet girl. I mean, I can always just do this and print in the absolute, like, values without any gating, and then do the gating, you know, in other places. You know what I mean? Oh yeah, that's... Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, because if I did that, this, then that, then did some balance threshold, and then... Because I feel like for particles, I would want the full range of values, you know? Like, yeah, that's now doing that. I don't know, maybe I would want a little... I mean, what else am I going to use this for, though? Like, yeah, this is where our waterfall is starting. And then ending here. Because I think I just want to create noise at the white sections. And then at the black sections, I want to spawn particles. Although maybe I want to spawn particles at the white sections as well. But I don't want to add noise at the black sections. So it's a bit confusing. Oops. Yeah, so that's just going to add noise. See it like swirling around? Because it's not... Yeah. How could I add some more randomness? I could try random float again. But then I feel like the random float is too random. Like, it's so random that it evens itself out, you know? Unless maybe I go to 100,000 magnitude. Okay, that's a little bit too much. Maybe just 20,000 or something. Yeah, like, it's almost just too random. Like, it's so random that it may as well not be there. It needs to be, like, a slow random. Which is what this sine wave is doing. But then we need something else to random it up by. Like, the texture coordinates. Or I could just get... I can actually grab the... water... pixel... location wuss and use that to distort time. That way it won't move around when we move around. So let's fuck that. And then use this same thing, but we will offset time by some value. Sine radians. No, maybe it should just be that. That's a big number, though. Or is that only in local space? Do I add that? Let me just do this. Fucking whatever. Just see what happens. It has a bias. Oh, sorry, girl. Where's the bias coming from? I guess here, obviously. Can I, like, yeah, sine degrees into there? Okay, that's better. And then as I move, that shouldn't move. Yeah, because it is a world. Space doodad. Yeah, yeah. So if this was just a less stupid value and was actually masked properly. Yeah, yeah, this should work. Could I do sine radians? That might be a lot more like white noisy. Yeah. Yeah. That's probably better. Because then at least, yeah, it can be slowed down. Wait, did I said radiance, didn't I? Yeah. Cool. Okay, so now if we get our waterfalled threshold, which, yeah, I think I do want to do in here. Is there water here? Yeah. Why is it doing it here as well? I guess because at these cells, there is water next to it. Do I need to change it so that it's asking, is there water? I don't know, let's see. Maybe I don't. I mean, a little bit of noise here. Well... Maybe I need to do the total height individually multiplied by the neighboring cell's water height to check, is the cell that is higher than this cell, does it have water? Otherwise, if it's like 100% still, then let's just say, yeah, like ocean waves 0.001. Like if the water is 100% still and just chilling, we're still gonna get this noise here, like that. On these like really big slopes, yeah. Like there, actually, is there water over there? I can't fucking see anything. Like, yeah, that looks good-ish. Good enough. But over here, I can't remember if there was water. Doesn't look like it, but yeah, there was noise, so. Yeah, this little pocket here, I'm like pretty sure there's no water above that. No. It's just a weird quirk happening. The fuck is that? Oh, is that this water doing weird shit? So I guess we have to check. It's not that hard. It's just annoying. Right, I'm gonna pee. And then we'll keep working. Hello, I'm back. Soda is a feature of volcanic vent? True. Very true. Alright, let's do... Is there water here? Gonna water my tomatoes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah. So what I could do, this might break some stuff. What I'm about to do. Oh, not, it won't, it's easily reversible, but in essence, this part here, is there water here? We might not even need to do this if we factor that in here. Because if there... No, maybe we do still. Because here we don't care if there is water in the adjacent cell or not. You know? Yeah, no, yeah, that's true. I just want to check, is there any water anywhere, including us? Seeing water from 3 years ago just as good as today, good for today? Yes. Yes. Nothing has changed on single layer water since I made that video. Wait, I don't want to... because if it's max and I'm multiplying it by 0... No, maybe it's fine then. And I just need to have some better thresholding. Like, yeah, that's clearly white. I could also factor in the velocity. Although that's not really that relevant, though, is it? Like, do I still get the waterfall here? Yes. And am I getting it over here? No. Oh, sometimes, but that's when something crashes against it, which is fine. And then if I juice up the ocean, we get mega juiced. I mean, sometimes it does, yeah. Yeah, like here. But mostly it's just that. That's the other thing, right? Is that I could do this, but yeah, have like a more thresholdy divisor. Like, yeah, if it is down to 0, then... Wow, why does it hate that? What's going wrong here? Is it because the velocity is 0 that it's a divide by 0 error, right? I mean, that's fine, I guess. Like, there's always going to be some movement. Whatever. Against something that big. But here, it's like, yeah, cool. Let's make some ripples. That's fine? Question mark. And then if it's bigger... Yeah, we don't get any more, though. I mean, we do when it splashes, right? But our idea for the falling waves... Not so much. Oh, it could also be that the waves are... Like, it's both, right? Like, they're cancelling out. Because a wave... a cell can technically be the bottom and top of a waterfall at the same time. You know, and yeah, we're getting a bit of turb here, which is good. Yeah, I can fuck with that. That is creating some sweet, sweet turbulence. And then go back down. So it's more chill. Okay, we are still getting these fucky values, though. The reason they're getting fucky, though, is because... well... How can I... We'd wanna... Okay, no. I've got an idea. So for here, right, we've got this cell, and it's saying, oh yeah, like the difference in the normals and shit. So fucking big or whatever. Okay, we could use the column heights saturated. The water column heights to multiply the difference down to 0. Because we fucking... So we'd have to... We would have to... Oh, wait, no, hold on. These subtractors are essentially doing the same thing. So we just need to get the highest difference and lowest difference, but we would first multiply those differences by... Hold on. Just fuck off for a sec. Multiply the difference by... Is there water in this cell or not? maybe divide it by 5, because do we really care if there's 1 centimeter of water? Is that enough to... Well, I guess for the... That's like an extra fucking divide operation, though. Ah, fuck it. How am I going to make this not look totally fucked up? Or do I just give in to the spaghetti? Also, for the sake of acceleration, we don't want to multiply it. Because we don't care if the cell above us has water or not. We want to flow down it. Alright, so... Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh my god, why is that one blue? Let's swoop them down here. And then you guys can just chill here. Is this the player-owned house music? Yeah. Okay, so now we don't have to do this bit. This is just simply already accounted for because we do the differences here. But then we multiply those differences by if we have water or not. Then we get the min and the max. And then we know if it's waterfalled or water to fall. So, how's this look? Looks better? Yeah. We get waterfall. We're seeing that, yes, we are waterfalling here. Do we... If I turn waves down... Do we still get these random pockets once it's all chill? We do. Fuck. Why? Is it because is there water up here maybe? Oh, maybe it's because that? I don't know. Right, yeah, that will feed back really quickly. I guess we also probably want to take the velocity into account. I mean, if we take the velocity into account, then we won't need this min threshold. Because, like, this is, like, really fucking velocitous. Is it that velocitous, though? But then it'll just create a fucking feedback. No, you know what? Let's just do this. Just be safe. Just do your thing. Alright, water 2 full threshold. I feel like this doesn't need a minimum value. That gets multiplied by... Is there water here? Does it need to do that anymore? Because we kind of bake that in to the difference, don't we? If I get rid of... If I just say multiply by 1... How does that end up looking? Okay, that is important, apparently. So it takes the minimum. Yeah. Also, this water 2 full threshold doesn't need... Maybe that was just a fucking waste. Because now the water 2 full, if there isn't water below it already... I guess there will be very quickly, though, so... I think that's fine. We just got this and put that into the balls. Sorry, just that straight in. To the Venice. Then this is where water is going to fall. Right here. Yeah. It doesn't really tell us much, though. Should it be like the negative of this? Oops. That's it. Right, it is the inverse of that. So that tells us where water is about to fall. That's where we spawn particles from. For the waterfall and shit. Okay. This is a neg there. Negate. You go there. You are all chillin'. Then I can do this. Thresholding. It's a very big value. Still a big value. Maybe divide by 10. Sorry, imagine waterfall stew. No, this is what I was planning on doing. There is no need to apologize. It's too late to apologize. It's too late. Yeah. Okay. One thing I want to do in the shader side of things, let me open him up, is, again, this is just a big scratch. Look at this fucked up material. I want to limit the panning of the flow map when... Because, like, this is, like, really stretched out, right? It's, like, fucking crazy town. Pretty much when... So, in here, we have the normals of the water, right? Including here. And so what we could do is say past some threshold. It's always threshold. RG length. So this was... What the fuck was this doing, huh? Right, that was our... Right, okay. You fuck off. You die. RG length. If the length is over some value... let's just yoink you into the BC. Just get doinked on. Yeah. Let me just make the opacity giga. I was going to say we need more tutorial videos, long videos explaining something from scratch. What do you mean, explaining something from scratch? Do you mean, like, how to make a game? How to make a game in 5 minutes. Gone sexual. Or do you mean, like, talking about concepts, like flow maps or fluid simulations? Maybe. How I pooped my pants. It's only 5 minutes? Hell yeah. Linear video. And it's 5-hour video. With all that we need. I don't know if I'm good at a 5-hour video. That sounds like a nightmare. Okay, so we've got our vertical water. Actually, how does this look on shorelines? I mean, yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so as the water gets more and more vertical, we want the... Yeah, let's just get that, divide, saturate, 1 minus. Make him in 1 minute. Is there any way to add some curve to the waterfall? Do you mean to have it, like, come out and over? Because not really. That will be the job of doing particles. Like, ribbon particles might be a good one. So spawning ribbon particles that use single layer water. And they can go out and over. But in this case, it's kind of impossible because from our simulation's point of view, like, it's purely two-dimensional. Like this. We can sort of fake it. Invis plane that's curved. Well, if you knew that a waterfall was gonna be here, then yes, you totally could. But this system presumes that you'd, like, nothing is, like, pre-placed, you know? If that makes sense. Plane via Niagara. Well, yeah, that's what I meant by ribbon particles. So, like, where we're gonna spawn, like, the foam particles for the waterfall, we can also spawn some, yeah, like, plain, or like ribbons, you know? Like big flat particles that use the same water shader, that, yeah, they can actually have velocity that comes out and does stuff. Right, so if I got this, let's just say we had... this guy going into here. This will look weird for a sec. It's very foamy. You can see this is going very fast and stretchy. But if I then did this on the flow map multiplier, so confused now. Okay. Wait, is that re-entrant? No. You know, that's... No, it isn't. No, that's the normals. That's the end of the thing. Okay, that's less stretchy. So yeah, before, after. So now it's completely stationary. Still stationary. There's a bit of glitching, but whatever. If this was including material offsets, this would probably collapse in on itself. Yeah, so that would have to be excluding WPO. I mean, look, it's better. It's not going to be perfect ever. The other option for waterfalls, I mean, obviously I can just fucking mask it out entirely. I'm thinking this is more of like a fallback or like a base for the effect to take place. So like it by itself doesn't have to look any good. Yeah, that's still not moving. I guess 50 is a good number then. Let me put the fucking thing back in. Yeah, so yeah, I think particles will sort that out a lot. And yeah, so I think the noise here looks pretty good. We're definitely adding noise, for sure. And then when there's no water shit happening. Okay, we get a few little, like, bits and bobs. Little bob and vagine. Try UE5.6 here. Follow your stream from a few weeks ago. Grid 2D was missing the Grid 2D modules, specifically set resolution and net render target. It might just be that they're not exposed. You might have to like go untick library only, and maybe plugins potentially. No, Niagara Fluids isn't a plugin thing. Oh, you also have to enable Niagara Fluids to get a lot of the functions for some reason. I don't know why the grid render target stuff is like tied into fluids. It's kind of lame, if you ask me. Because epic. Exactly. What an epic decision. Ha 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 ha. Cool. All good. I'll have to mention that in the video as like an aside. A little ass-eyed. You know, if I didn't saturate this... wait, where the fuck? It's this guy, isn't it? And by delta time... Then we could get values greater than 1. I wish it was just a... I wish it was this cell, but it's adding the noise to this cell. The one with the actual waterfall on it. If it was this one, then it would be probably up here even. Yeah. And then the water to fall would be up here. Unless I just have them around the wrong way. Yeah, that's adding turbulence up here. So no, they are the correct way around. It's just that it... Because reasons, yeah. Oops. Wrong thing. Sulfuric? Yeah. Yeah. Well, look, if I am going to cover this up with particles anyway, then I don't really give a fuck. Yep. Regular with water is yeah, it's showing the velocity of the water. Make it less, like, spasticated. Make the noise a bit slower. Not terrible. Yeah, it's churning. Oh, wow, it's really not happy with that. Gosh. I also think this is maybe a bit overtuned. Like the horizontal velocity displacement stuff. But yeah, there's not really much I can do about it. I mean, that's fine. That looks noisy. It looks waterfall-y. It's something. It'll be a good enough fallback for the particles. You know? Looks wet. Looks wet AF. Cool, cool, cool. All right, let's move on. Let's move on. So the waterfall D. And then this, we subtract them from each other. We add 0.5. And probably just fucking clamp that down, and then that can be our thing that we're gonna use to, I don't know, spawn some fucking shit, who knows. Yeah, there's a waterfall. So the white is water to fall. The black is where water has falled. And then grey is everywhere else. So the black is where we are. The black is where the water... Wait. Have I got this around the wrong way? Am I just like that fucking dumb? So wait, the white is the water to fall. Which means that this is the water to fall. Threshold. So does that mean that the noise should be getting added to this one? Because if it's the minus, then we're adding 5. That means that's the black value in this mask. Down here. That looks about right, yeah. But now we're getting feedback cells. But yeah, at least it is only noising down here. It's not noising up here. Ugh. I thought we were gonna do fun stuff. Oh, fuck. Wait, hold on. This fucking fuck here doesn't make sense. Because this min is post multiply. So if there is no water... Oh, no, because we'd expect a large negative value. That would be the... Yeah, no, it's fine. It's never mind. Yeah, there's still these little fucking feedback cells. Like... Just fuck off. Bitch. Okay, what if I gave the "is there water" question a threshold? So only if the water is greater than 10 or up to 10 do we care about water fallage. Maybe 10's a bit... no, fuck it. Let's just see. I'm really fucking smashing this GPU, you know? Okay, there's less feedback cells. Let's go like Giga Chill Ocean. Oh, there's still little ones here, but like, is that ever gonna go away? Is it just an inevitable... I mean, that... Okay, that looks way cleaner, at least, but if I started to, you know, unfuck the thresholds a little bit... Yeah, it's not too bad. Once it gets started, though... No, it's... yeah. Because, yeah, this is what I want. I want it to be, like, noisy and turbulent where there's waterfalls and shit. Like that. That's exactly what I want. But only where there's waterfalls and shit. Otherwise, it should just be good old whatever. Yes. Yes. Yas. Although, yeah, again, it does feed back at some point. If there is water. Although that could just be like drippage and whatever, which, yeah, it does chill out after a little while. You know what? It's stable enough, I believe. It's fun to, like, edit the terrain in real time. Very cool. The other thing I could do is decrease the amount that it's adding, but then halve the thresholds. You know? Because, yeah, I think with too hard thresholds, but then a really high thingo, it kind of just... It feeds back really easily. Whereas like this turbulence here should, yeah, chill out over time. And we're still getting nice waterfall-y shit here. This one's getting a fair bit of turbulence. Yeah, yeah. It is what it is. Because like we do just need turbulence, even just in general, like on a steep running slope or something. At which point, like maybe just having no thresholds and a lower noise amount. No, we definitely need some threshold. Yeah, yeah. Alright. Can we remove the additional bones from the skeleton easily, like tooth bones, etc.? They're not necessary for me. Don't want to export everything to Blender. I think you can in, like, the latest Unreal versions and whatnot. Yeah, that's all self-turbulizing, so... I don't know. I don't know if this is going to be super stable or not. I also don't know if that is supposed to be... Who knows? I might also put this, or add this, to here so that at the bottom of waterfalls, we slow the velocity down. So that we don't get like too much outward pouring from here. That might also help with the, yeah, see, that's it. Although it fucking, okay, what the fuck is happening here? Excuse me? Excuse me? Right. I'm adding them, but I need to... You know what? I should just max them. Yeah, we're gonna get divergence feedbacks doing that. Okay. So now it should slow down at the... Maybe I should add them and saturate it again. Alright, let's... Oops. Zhuzh that down. Swoosh the bush. Schweeble the deeble. Right, this is our stable noise generator. Or I call it slow noise. Hello, my girl. Hello, chicken. Can I lift you up? Come here. What time is it, by the way? 4:30. Small one. Small cat. Alright, so these little jumps here, we can easily fix that using a stable delta, obviously. So I'm going to ignore that for now. I could just... Nah, fuck it. It's fine. Or I wonder if that's because of time itself? Who knows? All right, I wanna work on, just as a little wrap up, now that I've kind of sorted out some of this shit and whatever, I want to try and figure out a nice way to do splash particles. I was thinking I could use this texture that I have created. Maybe use the inverse of it. No, well... Probably need a Voronoi. Let's just do a burst. Directional burst. Do I have to fucking put that in a system? Yeah, whatever. Ugh. Alright, you know what? Let's just do burst again. Footsteps. This will be for... I mean, yeah, it'll get used for everything. Anytime water is in the air, I'm gonna use this. It'll be a kind of one size fits all sort of thinger. You know, I'll do it diagonal. Where's initialize? So usually the best thing to do for big particles, sorry, for particles, you want them to be bigger. Random non-uniform. No, random uniform. And then let's go between 50 and 200. And we want them to face camera and not be velocity aligned, just be unaligned. Just, yeah, like that. Is that going... Why is it? What the fuck are you doing? Oh, are they getting... Right, they're colliding before they... Right, no... No, there is no collision. What the fuck are you doing? What is it doing? Why does it look so... Oh, it's the fucking scale sprite. Yeah, fuck off. Okay, cool. Okey dokey. Alright, we have a bunch of paramètres. So, let's just presume... Well, okay, first things first. Do I want this to be single layer water? You know? Probably not. I think it should be translucent, if anything. Otherwise, I mean, for the foam, you know? The foam mo. I mean, water droplets are essentially opaque, right? Like, when there's lots of them. I guess. I don't fucking know. I don't know shit. Alright, here's our water. Whoa, that was incredible, bruh. Let's go particle. Where is it? Particle relative time. Does that give us a 1 to 0 or 0 to 1? 0 to 1, okay. So let's... 1 minus that. So yeah, what I was thinking, we need cloud... Or are there any Voronoi patterns? We've got a volumetric Voronoi. I mean, I have the Priz noise. Oh, we've got the water noise, which is probably not the best for this kind of shit. Maybe the B would be good. I should probably pack it into its own thing. Maybe the B and the R of that. Or could do so 0 at the end, go to that from this. Then we're gonna radial. I don't like this radial gradient exponential. It's like so fucking over-engineered. Is there just a radial? It's fucking dumb. Alright, let's just go text coordinates. Distance. to 0.5. Multiplied by 2. Yeah, hold on. This gives us black in the middle, yeah. Cubic. What's with that fucked up Z fighting? Oh no, they're just disappearing. We'll go quartic. Yeah. Okay. Alright, let's... You know what, let's go sextic. The old sextic... no. Quintic? No, I think quartic was good. Yep. Alright, we get our texture, subtract 1, our phase... 1 minus... Well, no, it should be that. This guy. Multiplied by the 1 minus of this guy. Then multiplied by 2. Then add them together. Then dither. Then opacity mask. And then white in there. Contrast. That should be a bigger number. Alright, so use random parts of the texture. And maybe... Okay, maybe this should be less exponential. Sorry, girl. What about the... What was it? Oh, what's this from? I forgot I had that. What happens if that was in B-Boy? What if I did time forward power 2? So that our fade out is curved. But then use the linear for the texture lerp. Turns a bit stringy. Looks like spider webs. Maybe I'll just stick with this one. Although without contrast, maybe it would look better. But then it's going to be too dithered, blurry and shit, you know, yeah. I think we need a bit of contrast. Let's also clamp it. Oh, what if I just do this? Then it will fade out too quick, though. Yeah. Okay, let's clamp... Oh, just saturate that. Looks sticky? Yeah, it does, doesn't it? Well, what I was thinking was get the bubbles texture. 1 minus that. And then have it be here as like the final thing that we see. Oh, now it's just too big. It's looking a bit sus. Well, you know. That's just your imagination. Wait, hold on. Wait, it should be divided by the particle size, right? So then, maybe divided by the particle size divided by 100. Yeah. So now, regardless of the particle size, the texture will stay the same. Thinger. Because it's important that the texture size be the same. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I just need like a different... Is that Voronoi? Maybe that could work. I just need like a really sparse kind of doodad. So if I got the B from here, and then I want like giga contrast. Well, I want contrast-ish. Let's get like the top. Well, no, let's 1 minus. So now the blackest parts are white. Now we want to subtract maybe like 0.9, 0.8. And then multiply by 5. The reciprocal. Then add that into the thing. Excuse me. What the fuck? Why is it... I 1 minus it. Subtract 0.8, multiply by 5. Add the thing. Excuse me? What the fuck? Why is it not? So they're like our droplets at the end. But that means they're always going to be there. Oh, I guess I can just chill the fuck out, yeah. Oh, right, I'm fucking... What am I doing? Why am I saturating it? You fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. You're a fucking idiot. Innit? Is that? Okay, it's still... What the fuck? No, I think I was doing that on purpose because I want it to... Yeah, I don't want it to start fully whited. Is that supposed to have negative values? I don't think so. Can you make the audio similar for if you want to add different wave capture movement of water? You can do audio, or like in this shebanger, this whole system that I'm doing. You just have to do like some random points and just kind of add up the effects and whatnot. I'm so confused. Why isn't this like, why isn't it working? I mean, there's some. Why does this look so fucking dumb? I mean, that should be 2. Make it work? Yeah, me too. Alright, what if I do that, but then clamp it at 2? So, I've fucked up the math somewhere, but, you know, we'll make it work. Looks amazing, wow. So what we'd need to do... I did have a... Actually, I wonder if that's still... on the thing? Hold on. Manager... Or did I have it in... Water stuff, ocean splashes, ocean waves manager? Does the ocean waves manager contain the dude? No. Is it in the P-scape manager? No. It should be in the waves manager, right? Begin play, Prismatic manager, da, da, da. Update all the shit. I can't be bothered setting this all up right now. Oh, fuck. Well, imagine that the particles were spawning where there is foam on the water. Just use your imagination. Don't be lazy. You dogs. Traveling to every plants, how can I make it when player can collect it to kind of like Black Myth Wukong? Good question. It's a very open-ended question. It depends, really. How much stuff? Like how many interactive plants that you need to be able to interact with? Is it just like occasional ones that are like hand placed in particular areas, or is it like I want every tree to be interactable kind of thing? Looks so different when it's like white. Oh yeah, right. That's not gonna work. That would have to be a distance field interactor. Yeah, that noise is doing some work. Obviously, the stable delta, very important. Ah, okay, I see. Well, a great way to do it is with the Prismatiscape plugin that this Prismatica dev guy created. As you can see, there's a lot of work that goes into it. Let me just turn it all on real quick. So the best way to do it en masse, you know, moving like lots of stuff around, is to use render targets. These kind of things. Let me find the... Here we go, the wind one. This is the wind one. So here you can see we have this texture, and it's telling all of the foliage which way to move. You know, according to the wind. So if you had like spell effects, you know, you can swoosh things around, you can do explosions. Ignore that water. That's cursed for now. But yeah, it works with like lots, like massive amounts of foliage. Like it doesn't care how many bushes you've got. If you can render those bushes, then you can interact with those bushes. That's the benefit of this method. As for the actual like logic interaction stuff, that would be where you would like the programming side of it, you'd want to be looking at custom foliage classes. Where you essentially... Oh, here's the grass. Essentially, you... For the foliage spawner, or in PCG, instead of spawning the default foliage object, you spawn your own custom class, which, you know, you can then do when I hover over it. It has an interface that says, this is the tooltip, this is what should happen when we interact with it. And then you'd play the animation and pick it up and put it in your inventory, or however you're handling that. But yeah, there's a lot of different ways to do it. But as for the actual visual side of it, this kind of approach is one of the better ways to do it, because it means that no matter how many characters or objects or things there are, it will just be able to handle it. And also how many, you know, however many thingamajigs there are. Is this the... I can't tell if that's the old Ripple sim or not. Right, because that's trying... Yeah, maybe it is. So yeah, Prismatiscape. Check it out. It's only $34.99. How to remove the foliage using physics, rigid bodies, scaling meshes in UE. Is that using actual collision data, though? Because that can get a bit crazy when you've got, like, this many things. I think... I mean, I haven't seen that video in particular. But you can do stuff that when you overlap with it, you can send in some information using, per instance, custom data. I think I've done a video on it as well. And so you've got like a jiggler, and then you send in the game time and the velocity, and you can make it jiggle and whatnot. Although it doesn't really handle continuous interaction like this, staying bent out of the way. But the only downside of that is the collision querying can get pretty hectic for something like this. Because what I was thinking... Because, like, you might want actual collision so you could play audio, you know? But what I was thinking for, like, massive amounts of foliage like this is you would just create one volume, and then when you're in that volume, when you're moving, you play the kind of the rustling sounds, rather than needing to actually collide with all of these independently. But I guess it depends on how good the Unreal, like, octreeing is and stuff. Who's always top notes goes really, really well. Thank you. It's just the old school RuneScape soundtrack. Not mine by any means. Although I guess maybe my taste, my music taste. It's just, yeah, it's nice and whimsical. What's going on over here? Oh, true. Treeble Deeble. Oh, fuck. I'm so tired. It's 5:30. Alright, what did we achieve today? Not heaps. How long have I been streaming? 6.5. Right, so today... I mean, like custom foliage... Switch any foliage. Yes. Yeah, exactly. Because it derives from foliage instant static mesh component. So you can add extra logic on top of the... Because, like, foliage instant static mesh component is what the foliage tool uses to, like, paint the foliage and, like, you know, chunkify it and do the culling. But the... Yeah, you can create an inheriting class from that, a child class of that, and implement, you know, interfaces or just custom logic and do a bunch of stuff like that. I am a boat. It's cool. It actually makes like a like an actual wake trail. You know, like it comes back in on itself. Quite dope, quite dope. I just need to figure out how to mask that out or like get rid of it somehow. These little poofy bits. Cheers, beard. Yeah, it's not too terrible. Yeah, exactly. It's, yeah. Let's just make my strength a bit strengthier so I can play around with some extreme values. But yeah, like it has this little bit in the middle, you know? It's cool. That's physics for you. Oh, why that velocity is not happy. Right, because of the, yeah, cursed. Alright, let's see how this goes. I need to actually get them in the simulation. There we go. Oop. Yeah. Yeah, it's decent. It's like, whatever, it's fine. Nah, it's fucking sick! Sick as fuck. I think I might have to do something like Fluid Flux with the, like, kind of pre-baking a fallback mesh for the out-of-simulation stuff. I just don't know how I would do that nicely, you know? I'm going to do a code review on your work, no worries, I'll just make a video. Post a week from now and delete off my PC. Promise I won't reverse engineer it. You'll be able to purchase this. I mean, if you've already got the Prismatiscape plugin, you'll just get this for free once it's done. If you buy it now, you can get it for $34.99, but I will be increasing the price when the water update comes out. Yeah, I definitely need to use a smooth delta for that. Hey, the turbulent... Well, so why is that creating foam? Because that's technically not... Oh, right. Because we're adding that noise, that random noise on the waterfall-y bits, we actually get divergence from the velocities, like, punching back into each other. That's why we're getting the foam here. That's funny. Bake textures from the simulation render targets. Yeah, well, what I was thinking was I would want to use, because what I need the mesh. I need a mesh. I need the flow, direction, and strength. I think what... Fuck, I don't know. Oh, you mean like... Actually, that's an interesting idea. What if I just used the water planes? Like, I just used these guys, right? but then I run the simulation in some area, and then bake to their vertex data, their vertex color, the B offset, so the height offset, so that they, like, you know, clamp down to it or whatever. And then in the RG channel, do the flow, direction, and strength. Would that... yeah. I could do that. Yeah, I'll need to think about it. Because obviously, like, doing a really dense... I guess with vertex color, though, the vertex color has to be stored discrete, like, you know, per thingo. So even, like, a custom mesh would probably end up being the same cost as vertex painting a bunch of shit. The only thing is a custom mesh wouldn't really be able to LOD nicely, whereas these tiles can, like, LOD independently. I like the little turbulence a lot. I think that's a good addition. Doesn't require unique meshes. Yeah, yeah. The only problem with textures is that if you've got like a gigantic world, then textures kind of becomes costly. The other thing is that with textures, you then need to assign those textures somehow, which means making a new material instance for like a group of things. And then if you had multiple merging together, it would have to be sampling 2 of those textures. So I feel like a mesh-based approach... Well, okay, keep in mind, this is just... well, no, because we'd probably end up using the mesh as the simulating body mesh. So the mesh would need to be continuous, like this, or like these planes. Like, we would need the water to exist under this, so that it can then push up and then go on top of it. Only saw them texture array, rebuild them. The rebuilding part would be... Well, I'm just thinking, like... What if you've got a procedurally generated world? Then you're kind of fucked, aren't you? If only I could do... I might be able to do something with, like, you know, the landscape RVT and... landscape RVT distance fields. And just, like, approximate this kind of thing. Like, from a distance. Because, like, from a distance, we don't need that much to be happening. Like, from, like, this far away, right? We just need, like, the kind of waterfall-y shit. Maybe not. Maybe. Is that not set to movable? No. Hold on, let me set that to movable. So we can fuck with it. Oh, so yeah, this jittering is so annoying. Oh, is it because I don't have fixed frame rate on? I think I've done T'd up max FPS. Yeah, I usually fix to 60 while I'm streaming. It ends up being way more stable. Yeah. Fuck, I must have been uncapped this whole time. Run at fucking 120 FPS. With fixed frame rate, when I mouse over, it slows down delta time instead of skipping. Anyway. Because, yeah, the other thing that I want, at least for my game, is that, like, rivers and creeks should be able to operate at different water levels. Like, you know, if there's, like, a nice creek, and it's like, oh, yeah, sure, I can, like, just cross over it, whatever. But then, like, during a heavy rainstorm, you know, it should be, like this. And be impassable to some degree. Looks amazing. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. It's working to some degree. Ground also goes away? Yeah, it does. Yeah. That's like one of the easiest parts. There's a lot of like little janky bits. Just because I'm set on using tiling water planes and like just WPOing them up above the landscape instead of using like procedural meshing and shit. Procedural meshing so fucking crazy dumb, you know. Because it's like I've already got this water over here. I may as well just use the fucking, you know, use it. So I think that's a no-brainer. That's a no-boinger. No-boinger. Mm-hmm. Where's the Ark? Ark Survival Devolved? Imagine this once there's particles, you know. Be dope. Dope as the Pope. Trival. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's looking pretty good, like, in terms of not needing much warm-up. Because we're using these deterministic waves here as the driver, or as a driver. Yeah, like, by the time we get over here, it's already doing its thing, and it looks sick. So, pretty happy with that. Tiles placed procedurally too? No, the tiles are placed by hand. And they draw to an RVT. Which tells us, like, where does the water intersect with the landscape and that kind of stuff. And also, like, you know... Yeah. But then, yeah, because the water tiles are, like, placed underneath here, we can then just push them up onto the landscape. This will, I know this looks really dumb, with, like, the kind of gaps in the water and shit, but I'll be adding a kind of water shader to, like, for the surfaces, which will just have, like, you know, a normal map, like a flow-mapped normal map, with some, you know, texture, refraction, distortion, whatever. Like the method that I used... Where was it? Do I still have that? I think in here. Yeah, so this water here is just purely two-dimensional. It's like it only exists on the ground material. This was like an old iteration. So the plan is to use this for like the more shallow water. And then and also like you know, let's say you're in, I don't know, the middle of a forest. We don't want to have, like, all of these really dense water tiles everywhere. But if it starts pouring rain, we want to be able to see water, you know, trickling down, like, the cracks and doing all that kind of stuff. Because we can just, like, for example... Water. Wetness dry out? Yeah, it does. It does. The wetness just, I think, where's my wetness map? I think it's in here. Yeah, this is the wetness map. Let me go somewhere dry. Dryish. Okay, so... It's a bit buggy because it's confused, but the wetness map just takes the max, or like any water value over 1, sets it to be 1, and then it will just decrease from there. So yeah, that's all drying out now. It dries out pretty slowly, but... You know. Looks like there's like residual water here. Yeah, I might have to suss that out. Because water can kind of get stuck in some places. But yeah, the wetness is kind of one of the easier parts of the whole thing. But yeah, what we can do is where we do... let's figure out the flow, I guess. No, not figure out the flow. Move the water around, bruh. If we just add... We're just going to add a tiny bit of water to every cell each frame. And what we'll end up with is the velocity. What we'll end up... So this is like simulating if it was raining, right? If it was raining and we're like all the way over here where there isn't water, or where there aren't water meshes, we can still see like water flowing and like coalescing and forming into little streams and all that kind of stuff. Some pretty fucking heavy rain. And so yeah, this is where the purely material-based stuff would really come in handy. Just being able to have, you know, flow maps and all the water and whatever doing its thing. You can see, like, here, it would go into this little valley. Which I think is this bit here. Yeah. Yeah, I really need to pee. BRB. All right. What do I want to do? I feel like my brain's just like dead. Lightning Fast Pug, hello, how's it going? Welcome to my wet world. Beach ball. Beach balls. Hmm. Hmm. Here's an idea. What if the water was really tall? What would that do? Okay, it's actually not too fucked up. Like, I guess because we're damping the slope velocity past a certain point, it's like pretty chill. It actually it's not as fucked up as I thought it would be. I mean, yeah, we're getting like 100% noise here. Which, I mean, it works. Like, it looks decent. It's tending in that direction, yeah. Can I get up? No, up. Oh my god, fuck you. Would a splashing for that high, there'd be water everywhere? Well, the water... That's a particles thing. That'll be there when I do particle stuff. Which is a whole other thing. We have to, like, make a particle render target and then find the best way to, like, spawn them and stuff. It's a bit of a nightmare. Should have water under the tall tile? Like, if you had an island with the waterfall cave under the waterfall? No. Unless you are running a separate simulation. But this is just purely top-down, two-dimensional. No 3D at all. It fakes 3D by using, like, the depth of the water. But yeah, the rest, it's yeah, 2D. Shadowfan, hello! Thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream? What were you up to? Hope you had lots of fun. I'm currently doing silly things. I don't know what I'm doing. Shit. I was like, oh. I was really productive, and now I feel like I've just dropped off. My brain has just given up at this point. Stream was good. Hell yeah. Sorry, standard damage. I just saw the first name. Well, I mean, I guess you were also part of the stream, Shadowfan. Standard, how was the... What were you working on? What were you working on? What does he not use the flow simulation, but just the buoyancy interaction? Can it be more flexibly in caves and stuff? The buoyancy can, yeah. Yeah, the buoyancy is kind of totally separate to the simulation. Hell yeah. Nice work. Got hiccups. Been so much fun so far. Nice. I'm glad to hear it. I'm also working in top-down. It's so much easier. It's so optimal. Hello, boy. Don't have to deal with, like, culling distances and all that kind of stuff. Thank you. Yeah, I've been working on this for like a few month thingers. It's interesting. It's interesting and fun, and this will be going into my plugin that I sell on the marketplace. Looks nice. There's just a few kinks to work out. So the plugin is... Time for a plug. A plug? Get it? Plug in. It's a plugin focused around landscape interaction. Boop. So like, you know, foliage, movement, you know, jiggle physics for the foliage. It has like a wind element to it. So you know, for things like spells or explosions or gunshots, that kind of stuff, it all ties in together. Ignore that water for now. A custom pivot painter to be able to kind of sense interaction from the tips of the leaves. So this is all just like shader math stuff. There's no like bones or anything going on here. which means that because there are no bones, we can do that level of interaction, but like on lots of stuff. Because it's just being passively calculated on, you know, when the foliage gets rendered. Can use the simulations to drive particles. So the wind can drive particles, which means the explosions can drive particles. Can use flow maps. And then we can also do grass. Grass interaction. I don't know why my feet aren't drawing very hard. Is it because of the water? Might be because of the water. But yeah, the grass can all bend, you know, per blade. Without any additional overhead. And yeah, you can see a little exploder happening here. Ignore this is all the water doing weird stuff at the moment. But yeah, little explosions and whatnot. So that's what the plugin used to be. And then there was like a, you know, a very simple water ripple system. Kind of like that. But yeah, I've just been working on upgrading the water to be like an actual water body simulation. So that it can be used for like oceans. So it can do oceans and, you know, have it interact with the, you know, the cliffs and things in the water and all that kind of stuff. And it works with like authored wave patterns. So I can put my waves up to like very high. And so at a distance, the waves will look like this, but in the simulated zone, they'll actually be like simulating and reacting to, you know, this kind of stuff. And then at the shoreline, they'll actually be like, you know, running up the shoreline, draining back down, all that kind of shenanigans. But then the same simulation gets run for like rivers and also like when it's raining. So it's like an all-in-one kind of dealio. What's the game going to be? So my game is like an adventure simulator. Kind of like if you've ever played Kenshi or RimWorld, except you play as one character instead of being like an omniscient godlike being. Yeah, it's kind of like the brutality of RimWorld and Kenshi and Dwarf Fortress, that kind of detail. But then it gets, you know, from a single perspective. Yeah. But I'm in the middle of a big refactor of the actual game. This here is just a part of my plugin, which I sell on the marketplace, which is how I make money. And when I have money, I have pizza. And when I have pizza, I can use my brain. What's the max size of a sim plane? It can be however big you want. You mean like this, like the sim zone? It can be as big as you want it to be, but the bigger it is, the less detailed the simulation becomes. So I can be like sim size world space. That's the wrong class. Where's the bloody... This guy, sim size Where the... No, it's not there. Where, it's size. Simulation size world space. Let's go like times 10. So this will be 400 meter. Will the character be able to get the flow of the water to affect character movement? Yes. Yeah, we can do that with asynchronous GPU readback, which just happens through Niagara. Same with like buoyancy and whatnot. So this is the simulation. I think out to here. Yeah, this is like all. Oh, even okay. So the simulation zone is this big now, but you can see that the simulation is very coarse. You know, it's very cellular. It's not. It doesn't really look like a fluid sim anymore. We could maybe go to like double the original size. So by default, it's 40 meters across. Now it would be 80 meters across. But the simulation will be like half the resolution because it's being stretched out over a bigger area. Oh, my mouse is running out of juice. So like even at 80 meters, it's still pretty decent. We still get like the coarse river flow. We get like the general ocean waving. If we go up to like 100%, then yeah, we'll see the foam and stuff. You can see like, yeah, some pixelation, I guess. Can I get the resolution at runtime in game setting or etc.? Yes, but it will reset the simulation, which shouldn't really matter. Like, it's all visual anyway. Plus, there will be fallback meshes. So, like, this river will kind of have, like, a starting position or a starting point. And then that starting point will be, like, what you see from a distance. I haven't actually tested it at a really low resolution. Like a really dense one. But yeah, there's definitely like scalability stuff you can do. Oh, look how detailed that is. Crazy. Even more detailed. This will be so dumb. Now we've got a 5 meter 5 meter zone. Simulation resolution, how to do that. So that is done per simulation. Look at this, it's so scuffed. Okay, maybe not that small. Alright, let's go back to 4K. 096. So yeah, in the manager, you'll create a child manager class where you can override variables. So there is a... Why can't I see all the defaults? Oh, variables. You just go resolution. So there's the deform, which is the foliage stuff. So that's at 256. The wind resolution is 256 as well. The water is 384. The surface resolution, this one I need to think about more. I haven't touched it in ages. So the surface is for, like, footprints and whatnot. But yeah, I need to revisit how I want to do that. What is... Oh, is that distance field fallback? Yeah, it must be. Yeah, lots of things to think about and to do. Imagine like a water temple. Oh, you know what I could do, actually? Hold on. Let me get the... Alright. I'll do it this way. Alright. Set piece incoming. Dank. Oh, it's like my character's stuck in there. Head plan ahead of the issue of values resetting off camera. For example, the waterfall starting to flow from the beginning when it comes back into view. So, all of the water will have a fallback state. So, like, for example, I mean, all of this, like over here, this is the fallback state. And the fallback state, or the further LOD, it'll use like just WPO calculation to do its, its animation. And then it passes off that into the simulated bits. So, for example, if I lived over here for a second. So if we had like this big river kerfuffle going on here. Why is it so dark as well? That should be at 1, shouldn't it? There we go. Yeah, if we knew that this was going to be doing this most of the time, or if this was like the fullest this was going to be, I think what I want to do is to bake either a mesh or bake some vertex color to, these meshes, or some kind of, like something that will look like that from this distance. Look good enough. And then that frozen state will become the edge state for the simulation. So it'll look pretty much like this, from afar. And then as we come into the simulation zone, it will use that as the starting point. In the same way that, where is all my water, I wonder? Where's all my fucking water gone? Fuck. Is it the... Son of a bitch. What the... Love to the water going off the table when you move it out. Yeah, it looks sick as. It looks awesome. But yeah, for something like a waterfall and all that kind of stuff, you'd have a fallback mesh, and it would use that as the starting point for the simulation. Same with like rivers. And we can also use the fallback state, or the far LOD. Like imagine a really big wide river, and it's essentially like flat, completely flat, geometrically, but we want it to be flowing very slowly. So that, like, if there's any foam, it kind of goes down and things get washed down or whatever. But because it's completely flat, there's no way for the simulation to generate flow in that direction. So what we would do is have the fallback river velocity RVT, which would be saying, oh yeah, you're going that way at 5 units per second. And we would kind of really loosely feed that into the simulation as like a suggestion. So that's what we're doing with the waves in this scenario. Where we're getting these waves over here, which is just like an animation, just a shader Gerstner wave thing. And we're like gently easing the simulation to match, the water height and the velocity of those waves. So that's why we get these waves in the first place, even though there's nothing actually generating those waves. We're just letting the simulation kind of... We're just like suggesting to the simulation, oh, you should maybe be like here a little bit, and the velocity should maybe be more like this. And then the simulation kind of takes that and adds to it by, you know, crashing off of these waves and like going up things and washing back down and all that kind of stuff. And adding the foam in, you know, those turbulent places and stuff. Because, like, something like this, having a wave crash and then funnel through this little gap and then having the foam disperse out there, it's, like, impossible to do that with just, you know, a shader. And you wouldn't be able to bake that because it's... the waves never repeat, because it's, like... a bunch of different wavelengths overlapping, so it would take like hundreds of years for them to go back to the exact state that, you know. So yeah, there's a lot of it's cool. It's cool. I think it's cool. Where'd you go? Did you make the church model? No, that's from an asset pack that I use. The Laudenfell Ruins asset pack. Remember Games did a water plugin presentation with simulation over rocks, but they never gave it to people? Dogs. Yeah, I mean, it is pretty obviously some kind of church, I guess. I love it, like, all disappearing into this hole. It's funny. Oh, I just wanted to do it up. Oh, up and down. Where's red? There it is. It's actually funny that, like, as it goes down, it, like, comes out of those holes. Yeah, exactly, right. That's what I was... So dope. Water plugin my... Nah, I think they've ditched the water plugin, honestly. That thing's a fucking mess, apparently. I've never used it, but I've heard from a lot of people that it's yeah. It's not pretty. This is awesome. Thank you. I'm pretty happy with it. I'm just dicking around now. Like, what am I fucking doing? What am I doing? Anyway, I need to get it looking good. Looking good is number one, which I think we're almost there. Well, actually, no. The priorities are, it needs to be stable. It needs to be looking good. Then it needs to be optimized. That's it, really. It's not that expensive. Like, it's like a millisecond or two. It's like 1 millisecond for the water. And I can halve that by running it, you know, every third frame and interpolating between the states. You're drawing 3D texture for the water in Niagara or drawing somewhere else and reading it there only. Drawing 3D texture for water in Niagara. So the whole thing runs on Grid 2D. For the water in Niagara, drawing somewhere else and reading it there only. Yeah, I think that I'm not really sure what the my brain's just fried. My brain has gone bye-bye. Yeah, resource-wise, the whole plugin on my computer is 2 milliseconds, but there's a very big optimization pass that I'll be able to do, which will make it, there we go, probably halve that. So 1 millisecond on a 2080 Super at the maximum settings that I would be using. Pretty stable and optimized. The things new games are missing a lot. Savage, but true. Can it go through horizontal tunnels, or it stops simulating when covered, or something? It depends what you're classifying as the simulation surface, so the interaction surface. So you could you can have multiple levels, Z levels of interaction, but only one at a time. So if you went into the tunnel, you could disable the roof, drawing to the interaction height. And then when you come out of the tunnel, you could re-enable the roof, and that would then be the interaction height. We're actually drawing on a... That's my question, a beginner, Nair, so... So I'm drawing on it as though it is a texture. So... for example, like drawing the inputs, I have, like, I classify all of the bones of the character that we want to draw, and then I do just a bunch of math to essentially draw capsules with, like, a soft fall-off, and then color them using the velocity of those bones. Oh, pardon me. But yeah, there's a lot of math. I would recommend checking out I always forget his name. There's a guy that's made a really good Grid 2D intro video. What's his name? just gonna have to fucking look it up. No, fuck off Google Chrome. I don't want to know what's new. New D's nuts. Grid 2D. Niagara Grid 2D. Chris Zuko. That's the one. Niagara Grid 2D feels like a superpower, drawing locations to a render target, Unreal 5.1. I'll link it in the chat. Yeah, Ghislaine might have one as well. But yeah. That's the video that I first watched to sort of figure out how to get stuff in to Grid 2D. I will be doing my own videos about, you know, getting started with Grid 2D and then a basic fluid simulation. They'll kind of all expand on each other. And then this kind of water simulation that we were doing today. Like a mass conserving one. All that kind of shenanigans. Boy, stop fighting. All these dumb cats. Alright, well, I think I might wrap up and eat some breakfast nachos. Love me some breakfast nachos. What games have you developed? None. I'm actually a full-time plugin developer, apparently. I'm just preying on hopeful game development hopefuls. Independent game developers to be. I'm scamming them. Scamming $35 from them for my plugin. But anyway, thanks everyone for watching. I hope you all enjoyed the stream. Hopefully you could actually see the water with my really terrible internet bitrate. Yeah, I'm pretty stoked with how the water's going. I will probably work on it a bit off stream as well. You know. But yeah, what else do I have to do? I've got the waterfalls, or like the steep water, acting a lot more how it should. At some point, I actually have to write the actual shader that the water will use. Because at the moment, I've just got this fucking, like, spaghetti pile. So I'll need to write, like, a tidy version of the shader. The only thing I'm kind of more, like, stumped on is... obviously I have to do the optimization at some point, but that's, you know... Just get a better computer, you poor people, you know? Don't you guys have phones? What was that? What was that streamer? What was that streamer lady? She said something about... I don't know, just have money. I don't know. Just... I'm so fucking tired. It's nearly 7 AM. Anyway, the optimization... Make it look good, write the final shader, and the material functions. I have to do the GPU readback stuff. I might do the GPU readback stuff in a secondary update. Yeah, don't you guys have phones? No, there was a streamer. I forget what she said. But people were real mad. I mean, people get mad about everything. Something to do with, like, subscribing or, like, being cheap. Because, I don't know. I don't know nothing. Anyway, yeah, thanks everyone for watching. And with that, we raid... we're going to be raiding First Crimson. You might know him from such YouTube videos as the, what was it called? Not Cumsy. The Day Before. He remade The Day Before. Or, like, made a fake trailer for The Day Before. Yeah. I don't know. He also made Suit for Hire, which he released very recently. So make sure you stick around, support his stream. And to all the YouTubists, all 31 of you, thank you all for watching as well on the YouTube. And with that, we say goodbye. Goodbye.
Back.